Okay, I'd like to call our meeting to order tonight. And at this time, I'll ask Mr. Gentry if he would to give an invocation.
Here, pray with me, please. Gracious God, Heavenly Father, Lord Jesus, we thank you for this another day. We thank you for being with us every moment of this day, whether we were aware of your presence or whether we were not. Father, we know that you preside over the rising and the setting of the sun, and even every breath that we take. And Lord, as we come here tonight, we ask for your special touch, that we might have a renewed compassion for our community and especially our schools, and even more especially our students and our teachers and all of our staff. Oh, we pray that there would be a spirit of one accord as we proceed through the meeting tonight. And going forward, as our slogan reminds us, that you will light our way through these days, weeks, and months that are ahead. And we pray this in the name of Jesus our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Members of the board, you have a revised agenda. Everyone should have one. And make sure you do. And on the revised agenda, who doesn't? Have people that doesn't? Miss Patty has some. As she's going around with those, basically what it is, there's some items there that was placed in red, and those are additional items.
Thank you.
And I'll let everybody get one before I say anything else.
Thank you. So move, Mr. Chairman.
I'm getting there.
Okay. I already read, you said on the read, right? I'm
A
sorry.
couple of them here hadn't got one.
Sorry, y'all.
Okay, again, all the items in red are newer items, so do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Everybody look.
I make
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Have a second?
second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, do we have a motion for approval of minutes from last session?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, approval of minutes passes. Move down to information items. First item of business on here was dealing with Mountaineer. I don't see a representative, so we're gonna go down, and if they come in, we'll just come back to it, okay? Next item on the agenda is COVID-19 cases update. Dr. Katie Lowry and Ms. Stephanie Locklear. You'll please come forward. I think this is Dr. Katie Lowry.
Where you want me to be?
That's good, right there. And I will say, Miss Katie, in here, there's some echo, so speak loud, please.
I'm just as a brief update, I'll share some information. As many of you may know, I don't know if you had a chance to look at our PSRC COVID dashboard that now shares our data for the district. And okay, talk about that popped up for us. As you can see, we started the information from August. There was we started collecting some information from June and July prior to school nurses getting on campus, but we wanted to do a more formal, since this information is reflected from the isolation tracking tool from our state department. The North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services provided a isolation tracking tool. So this is a more formal process, how we're collecting exposures and cases within our school district. And for, August, Cole, if you want to show that data. And, it's broken down by the elementary, middle, and high. And if we go on over to September, the data here, you can see central office populated in, September. And
Miss Stephanie, excuse me,
Sir?
those numbers real quick, and say, you read those, because we can't see those back.
Okay, so for, this snapshot of data for September, elementary had 37 exposures with 11 positives. Middle school was 20 exposures, 3 positives. High school level, 8 exposures with 4 positives, and central office 1 exposure, giving a total of 66 exposures and 18 positives.
Ms. Chair, would
Yes.
you tell us exactly what you mean by exposure?
Okay, so for the exposures, and we did put a, notation down at the bottom, all exposures may not be a direct result of an exposure within the public school system. It could be where that staff member had an exposure at a social gathering out in the community, or it could have been an exposure within our school system. So for the exposure is when a staff member reports that they came in direct contact of an individual who tested positive. And that's within the 6 feet and 15 minutes or longer, or they have, reported to their administrator that they have tested positive.
I guess what I wanted you to hear was 6 feet, 15 minutes or longer. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yes, ma'am. And then for October, and we have trended, and we have had an uptick in our numbers in the county. And you can see here, there was, 73 staff exposures with 22 positive. And for students, we now have athletes on campus. They have returned to campus for conditioning practice. So we had, one student who tested positive and had 12 exposures with that particular situation there. And that was updated, that report was as from Friday, October the 9th. And, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, our positivity rate for the county is at 11.8%, currently. So that's where we are, as of today. Okay, any questions for this piece?
Is that rate higher than the last report when you all reported to us?
Yes, ma'am. The
Well,
last number, well, at the last board meeting, I'm not sure what that number was, but, when we go back from September the 30th, that was 9 points,
I thought it was 9.
and now we are at 11.8.
It's going the wrong way.
Yeah, but I think it's been as high as 19.
It has.
Wow.
So if you if you could pull up, I think, I don't know if you have the capability to go to the site, but you can see the graph, and you can see both highs at 19, I believe.
That's good.
Dr. Katie, Ms. Stephanie, before you go on, I know you mentioned it, but one of the comments that I hear, these numbers you gave, that does not mean that all this was contacted at school.
Correct.
It could be away from school, again, that 6-foot part, just making sure that's clear.
Right.
And then these folks do work in the school system, so that's why we're showing the data as you're showing it, they are school employees.
Right, because I am required to report our exposures and our positive for any person who tests positive and they've been on our school campus. I am required to report that information to our local health department. So therefore, I provide Ms. Beth Rao and those folks over there a weekly report. Because it is state mandate.
Stephanie, but the 15-minute thing, what people don't realize, they can still contract that virus within 15 minutes. So that's where a lot of people are confused about, and I just wanted to throw that out there, that's all.
And with this, there's, y'all heard me using contact tracing and investigation. That is a huge part of the school nurse role and the school administrators. Because once we identify someone who has tested positive, we immediately question that staff member. So who have you been around closer than 6 feet for 15 minutes or longer? Once we identify those persons, then they are excluded off campus for 14 days, because that is a huge safety measure to prevent and mitigate the spread of COVID or coronavirus on your school campus.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Lawrence?
Good evening, everyone. My name's Katie Lowry. I'm a pediatrician with Robinson Pediatrics.
Good evening.
Hear me?
Yes, I can.
I appreciate the opportunity to kind of just give you a pediatric perspective of COVID-19. I have a message that our president of the AAP, Dr. Goza, had written in August, and I don't think I could say it any more clearly than some of the aspects that she had written in that message, and I wanted to share that with you guys today. The decision on how to return to school is an incredibly difficult one. Pediatricians, parents, and educators all share the same goal of wanting children to be back in the classroom as much as possible. But we must do so in a manner that's safe and feasible. As pediatricians, we understand that children get so much more from school than just education. They also learn social and emotional skills, get healthy meals and exercise, mental health support, and other things that cannot be provided with online learning. Schools play a critical role in addressing racial and social inequities. This pandemic is especially hard on families who rely on school lunches, have limited access to the internet or health care. We also understand that COVID-19 does not seem to be impacting children nearly as severely as other respiratory illnesses. They tend to get infected less, suffer less extreme symptoms, and are less likely to transmit the virus to others. With these considerations in mind, AAP strongly advocates that the goal should be to have students physically present in school. This should happen with careful measures to keep students and staff safe and with flexibility to adapt as needed to the community's prevalence of COVID-19. Schools will need new resources to keep children, teachers, and staff safe. This is an issue that affects us all. We are parents ourselves. We care for children who are at high risk or who live with adults who are at high risk for contracting COVID. We understand the tremendous strain teachers have been under throughout this pandemic, and we emphasize with the struggle that so many parents have been enduring as well. I was asked to give my opinion, and I do so with some hesitation. At this point, our numbers are seemingly going up from 9 to 11, but have decreased from a positivity of 19. We know that the 3 W's work: wear a mask, wait 6 feet from others, and wash your hands. We know that adults are infecting adults. My children that I've tested in my office, I have about a 6.2 positivity rate. They all got it from their parents. I think that's what we're seeing in our community. A colleague reminded me that medicine is more than science. It's also an art. When the governor has given us the ability, the provisions to open our K-5 schools, I think we should satisfy those requirements and open, but maybe not full open, maybe in a hybrid. Maybe we could be inventive and figure out how to see if one school can be operational, how that works. I don't know. You guys are the smart ones. Every one of you in this room are the smart ones. We can figure this out. There are opportunities for us to be extremely successful. But what I know that I see in my office is these children are suffering. These parents are suffering. There are many, many students that I have come in there, and I'm thinking, okay, I know they don't like school. I'm gonna see what they say. Are they ready to go back to school? And they are ready to go back to school. They want to be with their peers. They want to be with their teachers. So just my 2 cents. I respectfully request you guys to consider possibly going back in a hybrid model, a Plan B. I think we can make it work. Since medicine is also an art, I think we can be bold, brave, and passionate because the education of our children and our future is at risk. Our kids have had to endure so much. And a lot of you know me. You know I'm from Robeson County. You know I'm a product of the Pembroke school system. Pembroke Elementary, Pembroke Middle School, Pembroke Junior High. Teacher, Mr. Craig. I went to West Robeson, first year. Then I went to the North Carolina School of Science and Math. And I must tell you, we didn't have to deal with what these children have to deal with today. I never had 2 hurricanes in a 4-year period, and I have never been quarantined due to a pandemic. But I must say, I remember the student I was. And if my bus was 5 minutes late, I was in a tirade of trying to get my aunt or my uncle to come get me to school. I can't imagine these children who have not been at school. Different circumstances, I know. It's just what I think about when I see them every day, and I know that that's where they want to be. I think we can be inventive. I think we can be creative. I think you have businesses in Robeson County that can support the schools in Robeson County. I know I will commit Robeson Pediatrics for that. And I know that my colleagues with Pembroke Pediatrics, Dr. Joy Bell, with Lumberton Children's Clinic, Tim Bell, and Dr. Ruchi Poho, I know we can help you guys. Telehealth is an opportunity for us to partner with you, to give some security to the teachers and to the nurses in the schools. If you need me, I'm here. If it's one of my patients, I will be there. You can contact me. We can try to put things in place to make everyone safe. I thank you for your consideration. I'm much prepared if you ask me questions.
Have any questions?
I don't think Dr. Lowry want me to ask any questions. She already heard what I said earlier.
Okay.
And it's
I think you're absolutely right.
okay,
So what you were saying about folks being irresponsible.
Right.
Adults are being irresponsible.
right.
They're not wearing their mask, not being 6 feet away. They're not social distancing. They're not going to gatherings because we know they are. Adults are making irresponsible decisions.
And this is how children are getting infected. I have a close person who died from me this morning from a church. And the church community has got to do better. If we're going to represent Christ and be Christ-like, we got to care about everybody, the whole man. And if I sound angry, it's because I am angry, but more concerned. Our students do wish to come back to school. Our teachers and principals do wish for them to come back, but all of them want to be safe. Because if we start losing principals and teachers, who's going to teach our children? So I feel you. I understand. And you know what? I got so angry, y'all, and I tried to blow it off before I came. But those 7, we know have infected 11, and maybe up to 100 and some people with 25 that went back to Boston. We got to stop it the best way we can.
My kids have done well, the ones that we have known that had COVID from their parents. They're very mild symptoms.
I understand we want the kids to be back in school, but you gotta do it in a safe and a responsible way. We have teachers, right now we have teachers and stuff, the school not even full. We have teachers coming that's sick, that passing it around. We have maintenance workers coming to work sick, passing it around. What you think gonna happen when the kid is sick and the parent just send the kid to school?
Maybe folks are ready to be accountable. Maybe we can make our parents or suggest to our parents that if you want your child at school, these are the things that we're gonna have to do to keep our schools safe. Maybe folks might be ready for that. Maybe this is the incidence to get folks to do what they need to do. I don't know.
I mean, I'm just thinking about, the responsibility and the legal aspect that's gonna fall back on the school system. If his child go to school, come to school, contract the virus from the school, take it home to the parents, somebody die, are we ready for that liability? That's all I'm saying.
It hurts.
Dwayne?
That's different than influenza when they might contract it.
It is, but we talk about we putting the kids in harm's way, not only the kids, we putting our teachers, that's older teachers and our bus drivers, that's older age, we putting everybody in harm's way, which we don't have to it right now at this point.
I know you guys have been working on this since the summer. There are some really excellent resources for you as you make these difficult decisions. The American Academy of Pediatrics has a COVID-19 planning consideration guidance for reentry. I'm sure you have that. And the Strong Schools North Carolina Public Health Toolkit K through 12. Lots and lots of good information on how to structure your schools, structure the environment to make it safer.
Okay, Mr. Wayne?
I'm hearing everything too that's going on here. And with all due respect to Dr. Lowry right here, I would love to ask her, when is this going to get better? And really none of us don't have an answer for this. But I just want to share this with everybody here to let you know what's been coming my way right here. The morale in our county right now is absolutely horrible. Teachers are stressed, principals are stressed, parents are stressed, kids are stressed. And something that I would have liked to have been able to have tonight, and maybe it's good that we don't have it, but it needs to be put out there, is progress reports. I can go ahead and tell you, they're horrible. They're absolutely horrible. When you've got teachers and those that have been in the school system, an EC teacher, you know what kind of paperwork they have that's going on. Teachers are having more paperwork now than what EC teachers are having right now. And pretty much what I'm getting to is there's open up, don't open up a safe way, but something has got to give. And this is just me from hearing from sources from the outside that are in the system. This might not be a good way to put it, but we either need to shut down schools till we can get back to reality, or we need to open schools up. I hate to say it like that, but there's just so much stress on everybody. And like I said, the progress reports that are out there, they're not good. When you're having to, and you guys have heard the stories, well, I'm having to carry my kids to the store to sit there for 2 hours, or having to go here or having to go there. It's just, we're just at an all-time low right now. And we have got to come up with some kind of solution to either work on trying to get schools open back up, or I'm just going to say it, or we need to shut them down. And we need to eventually, once we get open back up, we need to start looking at year-round school for a couple of years to get kids caught back up. Because I'm telling you, K-4 is really suffering right now. I feel like the high school level, maybe 10th, 11th, and 12th, they're going to be okay. But there's just so much right now that the morale is just. And what can you say? What can you say to parents, to kids, to teach? I don't have an answer, but it's just really putting a lot of stress on everybody in the system. And I'm just as sorry as I can be for them. I wish I could wave a magic wand, but there's some things that we're going to have to. We can't continue to keep going like this. And I don't know what it's going to take or what we're going to have to do, but I just know the kids are really struggling right now, and teachers are struggling. Everybody's just struggling right now, and it's not good. So that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Hayner?
And I was talking with Mr. Freese, if I'm correct, I understand we did a survey, roughly 25,000 participants, and 51% was to stay virtual, 49% was to put them back in school. I'm wondering if we could offer, if we have the resources to offer an option to continue to stay virtual, or maybe try the A/B plan, because I know that's going to take additional resources such as your busing, your teachers, and along with the child nutrition program, we're trying to make sure every child gets a meal. That's going to put another major dampener in the plan. So I think it will require a lot of work to try to figure that out. I don't know if it's feasible or not.
Conte?
Hey, Mr. Dwayne, you're right, about the progress reports and stuff, but you gotta look at it like this. It was something new for everybody. It was something new for the parents, something new for the children, and something new for the teachers. Now we just getting a good hold on this, and getting a good learning, virtual learning and stuff. We got our feet on the ground now. Now we switched up and changed everything that we did, all the steps we did took. We take it 2 steps back, just to let the kids back in. So yes, I want the kids to go back to school, but not in this time.
We do know that the infectivity rate of under 10 is low. It's low. So there are models all around us of folks who are using the hybrid model for the virtual education component, keep those kids virtually. And then for the folks who need an in-person option, to stagger that with that Team A and Team B approach that you spoke about. Those have been really very successful around us. You have Hope County doing it, you have charter programs doing it in our area, and you have most of the private programs are in person. And there have been many families who are part of the public schools of Robeson County who had to make difficult decisions to be in person. So they chose other options. They chose private programs. I'm just saying that it seems like, even though it seems like folks have gotten to that point much quicker than other counties. I don't know what you guys model. I don't know if you've all considered each model, but that seems to be a win-win for everybody. Some in person, still virtual options for families who want virtual options, who need virtual options, teachers who need virtual options and teaching with that. It will require being a little bit thinking outside the box. So Robeson County is strong. Robeson County's folks are strong. You guys are brilliant. Maybe it would be worth considering thinking outside the box and coming up with a plan that could be successful for all students. The high schoolers are more in adult way in far as infectivity, and they have seemed to do very well with the virtualness. But start small. You could start small, K through 3, or just schools themselves. But at some point, the positivity rate's going to be going down. It's going to come down because the counties around us are down. Bladen's at 4.5. Columbus is, I can't remember its number. I thought it was 4 something. So the numbers will come down, and then are we still going to be virtual? All virtual? Those are questions. I'm just a lonely pediatrician trying to help you guys. I think you have a lot more resources and a lot more folks cheering you on than you imagine. The pediatricians in our county really want to help. So please use us. We're here for you.
Okay, Mr. Terry and Mr. John, and we might move on with Mr. Monte. Mr. Terry, I seen your hand first.
Yeah, I just have a comment about the virtual learning piece. I think that we're going to have to continue offering that option for a while. I don't think, even if we go back, I think we're going to have to at least offer that as an option to our parents and our kids. I don't think that's going anywhere, right now. And in terms of like course development, I think that because virtual learning is not going anywhere right away, then we're just going to have to, like Mr. Leach said, we're just going to have to continue refining what we already have in place. We've done a lot of work to get to where we are. I think we're making progress. So that's one thing. But another thing is, I think that, I mean, if you're looking at right now, here it is as of October 9th, we had, what was it, 100 and some odd cases in our system, you know, at October 9th. If you look at that trend, you know, that's not good. And and kids aren't even in school. So, you know, if we add kids to the equation, even if it's just, you know, like an AB schedule or whatever, what we really need to figure out is some sort of, we've got to put in place a reporting system, because there's all kind of violations being made in schools. There's people getting together, hanging out without masks. There's meetings taking place. There's teachers and faculty and staff congregating in areas. And I know this because there's several people contacted me, and I'm sure other board members saying, you know, the rules aren't being followed here. And when I say, I think we need a reporting system, and we need to get something in place where somebody can anonymously call in, contact, email, and say, hey, there's violations going on here. And there need to be some consequences, you know, because we can't necessarily control what people do at home, but we really need to get a handle on what's going on in our schools. And when I say consequences, I don't think the principal needs to be the principal or the administration. You know, I don't think they can police, you know, entire schools. I mean, we're dealing with adults here. You know, if you're an adult, right, if you're an employee of the school system, you're grown, you know, we've laid out what should be taking place and what should be going on. If you're violating that, there needs to be some consequences, because that's setting us back.
John?
I'm sorry. Dr. Lowry,
Yes, sir.
you made a good point, far as the kids need to be back in school. But the downside of that is, you know, like you bring up Polk County, they're back in school, but they had an outbreak. They had to shut the high school down, and I want to say they had to shut the elementary school down. If we bring our kids back, I'm all for bringing them back. They need to be back in school, but it's just not safe for them.
But that's going to happen.
Yes.
Right? You're going to have to close.
Yeah, but the only thing is, if we bring them back, and they're already getting used to being virtual, we bring them back, and say we go good for 2 weeks. All of a sudden, we got an outbreak. Now you disrupted that setting.
Here.
School's got to be shut down for 14 days. So you're going back to virtual. So my thought is, we need to stay virtual until it's safe that they can come and go a whole semester, instead of 2 weeks in, and then they got shut down because someone got the virus. Because right now, there's a school that the whole team is out. If good kids have been in there, you're talking about 200 kids that would have had to be at home right now, quarantined for 14 days.
I don't think it works exactly like that. I think the contact tracing would be the people directly exposed, not
That's what I'm saying.
the whole school, which is, I think, how Hoke did with the high school.
You would have had 200 kids in that team of teachers.
Right.
200 kids would have been home. So that's why I don't think it's safe right now for our kids to come back.
I don't think anyone's talking about tomorrow, right? Aren't we talking about?
No, they're not talking about tomorrow. They're talking about
So many minutes.
bringing them back. So therefore, our kids, it's not safe for our kids to come back tomorrow, next week, or next month.
I don't
Our
think
numbers
the school's
are
ready
down.
to come back next week, correct? I mean,
Oh,
so
no.
this is forward planning for maybe next.
Let me say this.
Start.
Let me make this comment, and then if there's some more, if not, we'll move on. I know we originally said we're coming back to second semester. Well, I want folks to understand that doesn't mean that nothing is going on now. It's far from that. There's work being done with buses to try to get bus schedules, with cafeteria, with curriculum, and that's if it's an AB schedule, that virtual learning would still go on. That's going on now, and there's other things, I didn't probably mention all of it, but there's different groups down here looking, and different principals, just different groups are working on those things now. Because again, you know, we can't decide tonight, we're coming back Monday and be ready Monday. That's not gonna happen. So there is things going on now to try and get ready as quick as we can get ready. And again, originally, and I'm making, hopefully everybody understands what I'm saying, we originally said January the 6th. I think that's the date, but it was the second semester.
Yes.
But at the same time, there was openings or options left there. If things changed and we were ready and had everything in place, we could come back. And I don't want to put a date out because people would then say, well, Craig Larry said we're coming back this date. So I can't say when that would be. And it's probably, again, going to be the smaller grades. I don't know, K5, K4, K3. It would probably be the smaller grades first and see where we are. So my point is, I just wanted to say there are things being looked at and worked on. And again, you know, I got my education and my health side. I won't get into both of them, but, you know, the health side's important, and I'll just leave it at that. Now, if we don't have any other comments about this, since we do have Dr. Emmanuel, and then we can go on, because we do have a lot more. Dr. Emmanuel?
Yeah, I have to make this comment, and I will agree with Mr. Terry that some of us have gotten calls of adults getting lax about wearing their mask and all, and I'd like to ask Mr. Freeze if she has addressed that, and I think I heard she had a meeting. You want to respond to that, Mr. Freeze?
No, but I will. I think it was yesterday, we called a meeting at 3:30, a virtual meeting for all principals. I think I had first 10 items to talk about, and one of the assistants said the 10 commandments. So I added another one. I stressed to the principals the need to wear masks at all times. We ended any PLC meetings, any gatherings in hallways. And you talked about consequences. I mentioned consequences if you violate these rules, because we have to take it seriously.
Right.
So I have addressed it. Do you hear any complaints about the mask? Let me know, and I'll handle the consequences.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wayne.
Okay, and I agree with Dr. Larry and John and Von Taylor, we're talking, no, I'm not talking about opening up tomorrow or anything like that either. But it all comes down to the one word I was talking about a while ago. It's coming down to the word morale. And what are we doing to help keeping the morale of our teachers, of our kids, of our parents? That's more what I'm concerned with more than anything is, what are we doing that when these kids are getting their progress reports or parents are, you know, and they're like this. So I'm like, do we continue? And I know it's new. I understand that. But then here we are with kids that aren't doing well. And how does that affect them? That's what I'm talking about right there. What are we doing to help motivate them, to try to help them? The parents, the teachers, anybody. We got to have some kind of motivational factor to help lift everybody up if we're going to stay in this setting here for right now. That's my only concern right here, because it sounds crazy, but the more you hurt their morale, the lesser that child is going to have the confidence that they need. And it sounds crazy, and I might be crazy, and some people think I'm crazy. Shut it down. If they're not learning and you're killing their morale, well, then shut them down until we can open back up. That might sound, so are we helping them or are we hurting them in this right here? That's my only thing right there. I don't want to hurt a child, but a child needs that. They need some self-motivation, and they need that little boost. And are they getting, I'm just asking if anybody knows, are they getting, is anybody getting this right here? I don't know. So that's my only, that's my concern right there.
Mr. Chairman, can we set up a committee from the school board because we have a committee, COVID-19 committee from our school committee. But with our school boards to where we can, with our school board, where we can look into more, because I did go to Aner Middle School, and like John said, concerning Hope County, his information is correct. We don't know what to do. Nobody knows what to do. But we do know, I thank God for growing up and being 39 plus years in age, because I know how to have fun without anybody being around me. However, I gotta first look at the safety of our students and the parents and our staff. And I think, I know you all may already have a committee in place, Mr. Chairman, that we could work with them and they can work with us. I'm willing to meet with them because I'm retired, as Mr. DeFree said last week. I am retired. I'm willing to meet and see what can be done. I saw hybrid learning at that school, which was very good, Dr. Lowry. The student, a total of 759 students at the school, 250 came on Monday and Tuesday, 250 came on Wednesday and Thursday. But the fear of factor that these kids are suffering, we got to look at once they attend. And our schools has not been sanitized yet. They got to be sanitized. That's another thing that our staff fear. And I believe once they get sanitized properly, I don't think the fear factor would be as bad, but the good news, in my opinion only, is it shows that we're trying to do something to make it safe for them as possible. That's one of the complaints the maintenance department shared with me about a meeting and the machine, but how they even fear that. So until we purge that fear out, we're still dealing with a major problem, in my opinion.
We can look at the committee. We can have some discussion on that. Okay?
Thank you.
Dr. Katie and Ms. Stephanie, thank both of you. And on a personal note, I had them young ladies in class when I was a lot younger. But thank you for being here tonight, and we appreciate it.
He's my son.
Okay, next, Wells Fargo Principal of Year presentation and Teacher of the Year presentation. I have Miss Melissa and Miss Collins Falk.
Billy Joe.
Miss Billy Joe's coming up, okay? Miss Billy Joe?
Good evening, School Board Chair, Mr. Craig Lowry, Interim Superintendent, Ms. Loisine Priest, and School Board members. This evening, I have the honor of announcing the 2020-21 Wells Fargo Principal of the Year Award for the public schools of Robinson County. The candidate must be a principal of North Carolina Public School, have at least 4 years' experience as an administrator. A principal is a person designated by LEA as the head of a school with 100 or more pupils in the average daily membership. A principal is the executive head of the school. Each year, principals select one of their peers by secret ballot, a person to be recognized as a principal of the year for the public schools of Robinson County. The selection process is based on the principal's contributions to students, families, staff, their school community, and the district. This year's Principal of the Year began their educational career as a middle school math teacher. For approximately 7 years, they ingrained the love, passion, and knowledge they had and still do for math in their students. This person then moved on to become an assistant principal for a little over 2 years. And they are now embarking upon their 11th year as a principal for the public schools of Robinson County. It is my pleasure. Anybody have any ideas? It is my pleasure to announce to you the 2020-2021 Public Schools of Robinson County Principal of the Year. Congratulations goes to Principal at Rex Rendered Elementary School, Miss Nikki Brooks. Miss Nikki couldn't be here, so I'd just like to show you her plaque and read it. Public School Robinson County's Principal of the Year 2020-21, Nikki Brooks, in honor of your outstanding contributions to the education of the students, staff, their families, the community, and the public schools of Robinson County.
Good job.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Collins Falk. I'm the beginning teacher coordinator. And tonight I'm going to be presenting the NCAP Beginning Teacher of the Year Award. The North Carolina Center of Advancement of Teaching Beginning Teacher of the Year Award was developed to honor beginning teachers and retain potentially excellent teachers in North Carolina public schools. To be eligible to receive the NCAP Beginning Teacher of the Year Award, teachers must meet the following criteria. 1, they successfully complete 1 year of teaching in the North Carolina public school system. 2, they have continued employment in the same school district or charter school for their second year. 3, they've met the minimum full year requirements for teaching determined by NCDPI. And 4, these teachers must teach students directly for at least 75% of the time. The same requirements as Teacher of the Year. The Public Schools of Robeson County is proud to announce that their second annual Beginning Teacher of the Year is Miss Deborah Brewer, second grade teacher at Long Branch Elementary School. Miss Brewer's principal, Miss Amanda Tanner, had this to say about Miss Brewer. Miss Brewer is beginning her second year as a second grade teacher. Miss Brewer is the first teacher on campus every morning and is usually, if not always, the last one I say goodbye to every evening. She never gives up. She stays focused. She looks forward instead of backwards. Her passion and determination to educate students is a blessing to have on their campus. I'm proud to say that Miss Deborah Brewer is a Long Branch teacher. And I want to thank Miss Brewer for her love, dedication, and her continuous efforts in making the public schools of Robeson County that much better. And this is Bill.
Okay, National Blue Ribbon School Recognition. Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark, I'm gonna ask you to go forward there, and if you have some comments, have you to make some first, and then I have some information that I will read. And if you don't know, Dr. Clark is the principal of Early College, but hate to put you on the spot, but I'm sure there's something you can say about your school tonight.
Yes, sir. I had sent Dr. Robert a little blurb that he could.
I got it.
The National Blue Ribbon School Award, the states, each state recommends schools for this award each year. And it's based, the recommendation is either based on your performance as a school or closing the achievement gap. Early College was recognized for the performance component. And so there was an application process. We all got together and we completed the application and we submitted that. And the U.S. Department of Education went through our data, went through the application, and they made the final selection. We found out a few weeks ago that we had received the award. And it's really because of the dedicated staff, the dedicated students, the dedicated parents that we have, the community support, this body that you have put in charge of the school system. Anytime I pick up the phone and call, I usually get a good answer. Very rarely do they tell me no, which is a great thing. And that collaboration that we have with RCC, it's much the same way. If I need anything, I'll walk over to Dr. Elliott or Ms. Singler and let them know exactly what we need, and they make every effort to provide that. So with all those supports, we have no other excuse but to be successful. And I am proud to serve the public schools of Robeson County in that capacity over at PSRC Early College. I've been proud to serve it in all my positions. It's a great place to be. And we are going to overcome this current state that we're in. And I give you thanks. Thank you.
Dr. Clark, if you want to say over here. As we're gathering, folks, look, he didn't say all of this. There were 3 schools in the state of North Carolina that received this award, and Early College is one of them. And you think of the thousands of schools across the United States, and I think it might be like 300 or 400 every year that gets the award, and then only 3 in the state of North Carolina. This is one of the most prestigious awards you can get as a school. And is this our first
No, this is the second time.
This second time early college has got it.
Right,
Okay, so
2012.
that's outstanding, Dr. Clark.
Thank you.
And on the plaque, it says presented to the Public Schools of Robeson County Early College for academic achievement and closing the achievement gap, October 13th, 2020. Thank you.
She's abiding by what she told us.
Violating.
I like that.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Doc.
May I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say that is a distinct honor to get this award. I can remember when Tanglewood applied for it, and we were on the committee to just assist and advise. It is a hard, long process, and it's a national honor. And for Robertson to come out and be one in the state of North Carolina, especially with what we're going through with and what some people see us, this is a distinct honor, and I want to congratulate everyone involved in that process, and it is, I'm just tickle pink.
Okay. Again, and Dr. Clark, maybe at some point, we might can bring the staff out here if we get past this COVID and just recognize everybody.
Sir.
Thank you again, and please express our congratulations to the staff.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, we have an athletics update from Mr. Jerome Hunt.
Good evening, Superintendent DeFreeze, Chairman Lowry, board members. Just a quick update for athletic workouts. So far, workouts have went as planned. Our coaches, our athletic trainers are doing an excellent job following protocols. Our athletes are glad to be back on campus with their teammates, with their coaches, and participating in their particular sport. The reason I'm here tonight, as you recall at the last meeting, I mentioned if we were still in remote learning, we would need permission from the LEA to actually play games while we're in remote learning. The NCHSAA, they do allow athletics doing remote learning, but they want the LEA to give permission for it. The NCHSAA calendar has cross-country and volleyball starting games on November the 16th. Basketball and men's soccer will follow in January. I have talked to a couple of our neighboring school systems, Cumberland County being one of them, that they're still full remote. And they have agreed in Cumberland County that even if they're still full remote, they would be able to participate in athletics. Some of the other neighboring counties, Oak County, Columbus County, they're on hybrid schedules. So their kids will come into campus, so they don't have to have permission to participate. So at this time, I'd like to ask permission to allow games to be played if we are still in remote learning on November 16th.
That's your recommendation?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to set aside policy and move it to an action item.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One that's opposed? Okay. The motion carries.
Motion that we approve Mr. Jerome Hunt's recommendation to allow sports to start in November. The one, who was it? Cross country and who? Two sports? Volleyball?
The first two sports are cross country and volleyball.
Yeah.
But basketball and men's soccer would also start in January.
Yeah.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Mr. Rome, just so we understand, by approving this approves all the sports.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One opposed? Motion carries. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
RB Dane, Towns and Modular Units, Mr. Freese.
RB Dean Townsend is overcrowded, and there's a great need to provide additional classrooms for the school. We have a recent quote of $257,950 for moving modular units from Roland Middle, Green Grove, and Tanglewood to R.B. Dean Townsend. We desperately need to eliminate the crowding at the school.
Discussion?
Yes.
Okay, I got Dr. Manuel, then Mr. Vontae, and then Mr. Henry. Dr. Manuel?
I agree with that, but moving, does that mean setting them up after they move them? When they move
That's
them,
included,
that's included?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Vontae?
My question is it $257,000 apiece?
No, for the group,
Total.
That's the total for,
Yes.
for 4 of them.
yes.
That's the whole process, moving and everything.
Moving in, setting it up, I wanna know, is that that's 4 of them, 3?
Right, I'll share some of this with you. The consultant will provide the following engineering project management services to the client for the modular classroom, office location at Townsend Middle School. The footing for drawing, electrical drawing, plumbing, construction oversight, bidding and procurement, pre-construction meeting with client and contractor, field inspection as required for construction completeness and compliance, modular buildings relocation and setup. So that kind of takes care of you.
All right,
And if you would like a copy of this, I'll be glad to share it.
yes, I would like a copy of it, and I wanna know what other quotes did we get? I wanna know, did we get any more quotes? Did just one quote?
Yes, that's what
I'm not sure if they received any quotes, but this is from September the 23rd, 2020.
Who is it?
Yeah, that's,
This is from LL&J.
Okay, I had Mr. Henry was next.
My question or concern was, it sounded a bit a lot of money there just to move 4 units, but.
3.
3.
Yes.
I was wondering if we had put it up for bids and, see if we can save some money there. But I understand you're saying there's drawings involved, it's going to, absorb or give direction on the utility part of it.
Yes, new decks, ramps, relocate canopies, concrete sidewalks, and of course, they have a contingency.
Okay. But we definitely need those units at Townsend.
Okay, Mr. Wayne?
so so we're moving our units.
Yeah.
And they're doing the electrical, plumbing.
Sidewalks.
Sidewalking and the drawings.
I'm just trying to put my mind around this because I'm into trailer business and you can buy double wide for $75,000, $60,000, $70,000, and that's what you're looking at. And we already own this stuff and you're being permitted to death and well, that's strong as dog poo right there, boys. I'm telling you that from the word get, just for 3. Now, I get having to make a living, but that's strong there. That's,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm all about moving them, but not for that price. I think that's a little strong there.
I had, Mr. Gentry and then Mr. Brandon.
Since we're not under pressure to establish these mobile units right now, given the current situation, what I'm hearing, it sounds like it would be wise and prudent to solicit some additional bids at this point.
Okay, Ms. Brandon?
Mr. Chairman, when I made the motion to close R.B. Dean last year, we were supposed to already put 5 modular units because it was stated that's what we would need.
True.
The concern, and this, I'm hearing 3 for this amount of money. I share the same concern as Dwayne shares. We're using our people to do this. Why is it costing us so much? And I said that to say this here. We already own these buildings. The contractor to move the building should not be that much. The setup, if our people are doing all the works. And why not the 5 buildings like we approved when we closed the school, because that's what's needed. So, you know, we need it, trust me, we really need it, because we got students on the stage in the media center, and we cannot even do hybrid learning or anything, bringing students back until it's done. But what we don't want to do is to settle for less from our own people if our people are actually doing the works. I'm supporting them being there, but we did say 5, we approved 5 before, when we closed the school. That was the motion, and that was approved by the board. 3 is better than none. But if our people are doing the work, it seems that the funding should be lower. It just seems that way.
Plus we're dealing with COVID.
Ms. Terry, I think I've seen your hand.
I agree with Mr. Gentry. I'm also wondering, do you think it would be okay, or what does the board think about sending it to the construction committee? So I think we do need to get some bids. And what do you think about sending this as a project to the construction committee?
Mr. Chairman, it's already been to the instruction committee before y'all came on the board. We're just delayed in doing it. But it was 5 units at that price at one time. This now is saying 3. That's the only concern I have.
Mr. Henry?
It would be interesting to know if we purchase new units, they deliver them, what would that cost be in comparison to this in moving units? If we could get a price there, that would be interesting to know.
And go ahead, Mr. Freeze.
My original plan was to talk about it and ask to send it to the construction committee. This is information,
Okay.
and that's what I would like to do, because we have several other projects that we need to talk about.
I don't know.
Mr. Quick.
Randy?
Just one thing, I want to add this, and I understand what you're saying as far as the money. I don't know if our people's doing it. I think LL&J is the architect, engineer.
They are.
On it. Folks, I can tell you, this stuff costs. And if DPI is involved in it, your cost might have been 150. But when they get involved in it, it's gonna make it 300.
DPI?
Yeah, I'm just saying, the guidelines and stuff that you have to put to make it go through. But, I mean, we'll do what you want to do. But I'm just saying, by then getting bids, you're paying somebody to get those bids, you're paying for somebody to do this. So you're gonna have money involved in that too. Just to give you an example, I think it was, Mr. Mike, at the St. Paul's, we were, the weight room, and it was like,
Oh, yeah.
maybe 75,000
Yeah.
at the max. And when everything went to DPI and came back or through the state, it was like 150 or 60,000, so it automatically doubled. But there was things put in there that has to be put in place because it is a school and there's students there. So I'm just sharing that with you to let you know that these prices and the prices of yesterday are, the prices of today are different from yesterday. I can promise you that with COVID and everything.
Are these pretty much considered modulars?
Yes, that's,
Yes.
Like double.
Okay, well, I can tell you this. To move a trailer is $2,500. To move a modular is, let's just say $5,000 or $6,000. So you got 3 at $20,000. Now, I'm just trying to figure out the other $200-some thousand. Now, you don't have that, it don't take that much knowledge to do, I get concrete, I just have to look at it, electrical, plumbing, I get all that. But, you don't need that much engineering to set up 3 units, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's.
Let me say this, and then if you have any questions. What Ms. Brenda said, this has been the construction. Now, if we, and again, Mr. Freese was saying, this is just information to not start, see where we're going to get this done. Now, definitely, if the units needed at Townsend, those of us that's been there last year and saw the classroom situation, they without a doubt need them. If we want to schedule a construction meeting to move on, Mr. Randy, we schedule that. Get all the information we can get. If it's bids, if we're going to do 5, let's get bids for 5. What are we moving ours? Are we getting new ones? Get all of that information and come back with something to the board and do it to the point that, you know, we can move on this. Hopefully, we could get some information, if you can get it that quick, to where we could have some numbers we could look at the November meeting.
Gotcha.
You schedule a meeting and we'll go from there. Is that fine with the board?
That's fine.
Everybody okay with that?
Make sure.
Okay?
You think that's strong?
And again, that was the update there, Mr. Freese, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Mrs. Freeze.
Okay? Hazard pay update, Ms. Erica?
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Mr. Freeze, and board members. I wanted to come back and just make sure we're all on the same page as it relates to hazard pay and give some updates. The hazard pay will go out at the end of October. As we mentioned before, the dates covered through the hazard pay are March 17th through May the 22nd. That's a total of 43 days, not including spring break. And that is important because when we collected the data from the supervisors and principals, there was some people who didn't know exact hours for their staff, so they sent percentages. So that's where that 43 days comes into play. So what some of the examples that I've received say, if you have a custodian that works 8 hours a day, I would have to figure out 8 hours times the 43 days. That's a max of 344 hours. Then I could figure out the hours. Let's say the principal said they worked 50% or so forth. That gives me the way to convert everything to hours. So everyone is paid based on the hours, and they will receive $4 per hour that was submitted to me. So that range, and everybody is not going to receive the same amount. It is contingent on the hours that were reported. So currently the range is anywhere from $6 up to $1,376. And I wanted to ask, just for clarity, I think so far there's 8 people who are in some type of, they've either retired, resigned, they're out on workers' comp, they are out on short-term disability. To just ask if we are including everyone, or if anyone is in a non-pay status at this time, if they should not be included. If you're asking my recommendation, I think we should include everybody because they did participate during that time.
I agree.
I agree.
And I think so far that's the only question I have before we can finalize that payment. And I'll come back in November with all the totals. Initially, right now, with benefits and everything included, it is a little over $303,000 it would cost the district, with the majority of that coming from the COVID-related funds, the 125 funding for child nutrition. That breakdown is 207 people in child nutrition and 408 classified outside of child nutrition.
Do you need a motion? Or do you want?
Ms. Erica, the question you said about paying the people that's not at work, and you get the totals, and I know you said it'd be paid in October, that's fine, and just bring that back to us again in November, and we could make sure that's cleaned up.
Let's pay the people.
That's what you just done, I believe.
Okay, you took care of it?
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't.
Let's pay the people.
Okay,
So I guess I don't think it has to be a formal motion because it does not require a policy, but I'm just asking for the majority of the board, should I include paying individuals that are not currently in pay status?
yes,
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
The only, Mr. Grady,
Randy?
the thing is, Mr. Grady, if they're on workman's comp or anything like that, would any monies hurt them as far as receiving?
Well, I mean, if they're on workers' comp, they just started workers' comp after the fact.
That's correct.
And
I'm just saying, is there any legality they can receive money?
you're paying for work prior to the workers' comp.
Okay,
Their workers' compensation is figured in the preceding 12 months prior to the date of their injury. So this would be considered like a hazard pay that is outside of what is considered their gross wages that will be reported for workers' compensation.
And the other thing, what about retirement? Would that,
If there are any employees that have retired, we would not take retirement out of their check, so that would have no effect on
Okay.
their retirement.
Range,
The range is anywhere from $6 up to $1,376. Again, that is factoring in the actual number of hours that were reported for those employees for those 43 days times $4 an hour.
Okay, Ms. Erica, I think everybody's nodding, we're good with this, but because this is extra pay, folks, I'd like for Ms. Erica to restate that, and let's get a motion here and vote on it so everybody is clear on who is getting paid, and the fact that these other things were, you know, if you're out of work now, but you were working in, just to get it clarified, and would need a motion to move it to an action item and then vote on it. So, Ms. Erica, state that again, what you were saying, and somebody make a motion afterward, if you will.
Okay, as it was decided, this is for classified employees only. For days worked between March 17th through May 22nd, dates physically reporting to work, not in a remote setting, which was a total of 43 days. And these classified employees would get paid $4 per hour for every hour that was reported to me that they worked during that 43-day period. It would include employees that are not currently in a pay status because they were in a pay status during that time. And again, I think that's only so far about 8 employees
Okay.
of that total.
So we need a motion?
You need a motion to let's move it
Okay.
action item first.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What are the specific categories of classified employees? It's not all classified, it's specific categories, correct?
It's all classified employees.
All classified.
Yes, bus drivers, teacher assistants. Don't want to leave anybody out. It's anybody who is not required to have a teaching certificate with the state. So, your TAs, bus drivers, bus monitors, cafeteria assistants and managers, maintenance workers, transportation, finance,
All classified.
all classified that do not require a teacher certificate.
Mr. Craig,
Yes, sir.
who, employee involved and the principal signed some type of disclosure that they're getting what they deserve, so to speak?
No, sir. There was not anything that was signed. There was a spreadsheet that I sent out to all the principals that they completed with the number of hours. So if anything is not correct, we can go back and work with the supervisors and the principals if there's an employee who receives a payment and feels it's not accurate.
That's the point I was getting to, because I wanted to do it and be done with it. I didn't want a lot of rebuttal back from, well, I worked 12 hours and you got me down as 2 hours. I mean, somewhere the employee should have signed off, and the principal should have signed off, and we had.
We didn't do an individual sheet per person for a lot of reasons for COVID at that time when we were collecting the data. When we started with this, everybody wasn't back in a physical setting. So we right now are depending on that spreadsheet. But again, I work with any supervisor and or principal one-on-one if there are any issues that arise.
Well, I have a clarification. How did you figure out what to give them if you didn't do it independent?
Say that again,
You
Dr.
had to, maybe I didn't hear what you said. I thought you said you didn't do it independent of each person. You had to write a check, didn't you? Tell me what you just said.
I'm not sure I know what you mean by independent of each person. So the principal sent me in a list of names from the.
Okay, you had the names. I'm with you.
Names, yes. I have individual names and the hours that they reported. Some of the principals didn't know the number of hours, so they sent in a percentage, like they worked 20% of the time. And
I'm with you now. I just didn't hear the part with the names. I said, you
Yes,
gotta have
ma'am.
names.
Right, of course, we have names, yes. And with cafeteria employees, they signed in, so they have those hours verified through child.
I'm with you.
I'd like to move this to an action item on what Ms. Setzer just said.
second it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'd like to make a motion on what Ms. Setzer just said.
That good enough?
I guess that's how I'm supposed to do it.
That's good enough.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Anything else on hazard? Thank you. Mr. Terry, you got a question?
Quick question, do we have a system-wide, time reporting system for classified employees?
Do not.
I think this process may have been a little bit easier if we had something, you know, a system-wide system in which employees report their time in a similar, you know, in a similar system or similar way,
Mr. Terry.
if that's possible.
So the state is actually, prior to COVID-19 and the pandemic, the state was going to force every district to modernize their accounting software and choose Cherry Road, Oracle, or Tyler. We had several discussions about this. But now the state does not have funding. Our implementation fee alone would be $1 million for the conversion. And the state at one time was going to pay that for everyone. But they have now backtracked on that, so we don't know where the status is of the business modernization. But it was the hope within the next 5 years, we would move to a platform where we had the ability for all employees to sign in and out of a system that was controlled through time and attendance capture, where we wouldn't have so many manual documents.
Mr. Chairman, and so doing, we're not saying no certified people work during that time, but we're saying we're honoring, we're approving classified tonight.
Approving classified, yes, ma'am.
That's right.
Ms. Gentry?
Has this process been reset going forward from May the 22nd?
No, sir.
Okay, so are there any plans to do that?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Hurricane.
Thank you.
Federal programs update, Ms. Jennifer?
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Superintendent DeFreeze, and board members. It's my pleasure to stand before you this evening and share with you that federal programs, the grant was officially approved in September. So we're very excited about that because this is the soonest since my tenure here at the district office that has been approved. So the principals are very excited, and I'm very excited to share that news with you because it is a very, very tedious process to make that happen. With that being said, Title I has an additional $5 million as a result of the closure of COVID-19. Based on the comprehensive needs assessment, we identified several positions to address differentiation, technology, and parent communication to utilize the carryover funding. With that being said, Mr. Priest is going to share some information with you about the positions.
Using our federal dollars, we would like to have the following new positions. 5 Title I teachers. They will go to Red Springs High, Lumberton Junior, St. Paul's High, Purnell Sweat High, and Fairmont High. We want to add 13 technology assistants, 7 teacher assistants, 6 parent liaisons, and 3 translators. With the $5 million that Jennifer mentioned to me, that money has to be spent. And these positions will end at the end of this school year. Some of them, for example, the mentors, they are being paid from Title II. Now, those positions may continue. That's why we're saying it is pending on federal funding. Thank you, Jennifer.
I have a question, then I want to make a motion.
Go ahead, Dr. May.
Is it possible, were some of the people that were let go in the other considered for some of these positions? You know, another grant that went dead? Do you know of? I'm just curious.
SSA.
Yes.
some of those people were considered. I do know that there have been considerations that did take place in that.
Okay.
I'm not completely sure of the number of the folks because I did not sit on the interview team. However, I have had some communication with principals and know that there were considerations there.
And this is $5 million that has to be spent, right?
Yes.
Let's spend it.
Unless there's some,
It's not completely, all the positions here don't constitute $5 million. There's an additional sum. The total is 19 million. Part of what we did is because I will share a little bit of background with you very briefly. When I first arrived here in the district, I had been on the job about 8 days, and what was said to me is that the public schools of Robeson County historically carries over too much money. That was said to me by the State Department. With that being said, the charge was that each year we come within 50% of the federal program's budget. Last year when we closed, we ended up with an additional $5 million. The goal this year is we can apply for a waiver. Erica and I have talked about a waiver. With that being said, our goal is to make sure that we do not put us in a position where each year, if we apply for a waiver this year, that means you're going to have additional money that's going to be carried over in next year's money. So at some point, there could be concerns that may arise as a result of that. So the goal here is what we did is we have talked with principals back in the year, and we did a comprehensive needs assessment, and principals are saying, for example, if I'm at X school and I have a high population of Hispanic students or Latino students, and we'll use those as an example, that I don't have anyone to help me with the parents or to communicate. So as a result of all of that, that's how these positions did come about. And all of the money that we're talking about here is not $5 million. That is part of the $5 million that we've appropriated. What we also did with that $5 million, and we allowed the principals to work through the process, but we created a remote enhanced learning plan that accompanied Dr. Locklear's work. For example, because we are in virtual learning, you'll hear principals say, I need additional assistance with technology. So some of these positions were developed as a birth of that information, working with comprehensive needs assessment. But it would be to our best interest, in my opinion, as federal programs person, that we work diligently to meet the needs of these students and to meet the needs of whatever other instructional things that we may have. Hopefully not being able to carry over that $5 million. Is there a possibility we may have to apply for that waiver? Absolutely. Do we want to make sure that we buy that, get good purchases? Absolutely. Each day I sign a stack of purchase orders that I go through with a fine-tooth comb. And so we're making sure that it also aligns with the school improvement plan that Dr. Dorsey will share with you in just a few minutes as well.
I understand the need, and did you recognize me? Did I take somebody's place?
No, you're next.
Okay, I'm just going to ask about the range before we go on. The range would be based on years of experience. Is that where the range comes in?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand it, and I see the need, and principals have had input. If no one else wants to say anything, I'd like to make a motion and we move it to an action item.
Second.
Are these the pay ranges?
Yes.
Okay.
Salary range.
I'll tell you,
Oh, yes, discuss, these technologies, 13 technology assistants. Did we get any input from any schools, any more schools that might need some assistance with technology?
Every principal has a Title I budget because we're district-wide with federal programs in Title I. So each principal had a decision. They decided internally if this was a need within their school based on their needs assessment. So yes, everyone has had the opportunity to make that determination as a principal.
I like that.
Just another question. So I understand that every school, like you said, get the Title I funding, but with this extra $5 million, is there any kind of way that we could have gave a school that did in a way that we can give them one?
You have to. They have to put it in their plan.
They have to put it in their school improvement plan, they have to put it in their budget plan. And what we do, we share with them the comprehensive needs assessment because Title I is driven totally on needs. And so those schools make those determinations internally. So each principal that had the opportunity did receive the opportunity to put one of those people in their budget, or numerous positions in their budget.
Gentry, do you have a question?
We act on this tonight. What is the start date for these positions?
We're actually waiting for the funds to drop. Erica, you want to answer that to be on the cautious side?
Well, although we've gotten the federal budget approval, the funds have not been released by DPI, so we're waiting on that, and we're not given a date to say, because you have an approved budget, your funds release date is this date, so we don't know that yet. Because we have the approval, we're working with HR and the schools to determine what will be the best fit there. We can go ahead and hire them, but we are waiting on, we want to make sure we're going to get cash when we request it each month for payroll. So that's what we're talking between now. I can't give you an exact date. It should be soon.
And typically it does, Erica will tell you, once it's approved, it's not an issue because what they've done is they've reviewed the entire plan that we submit with all of these positions and all of that has been written into the plan. So with that being said, typically, honestly, I expected the funding would have dropped by now already because it was approved early, maybe mid-September?
Yes.
So typically they disperse funds, I believe, 2 times a month, Erica, or when I know we're anticipating hopefully at least by, I would hope this week that the funds should drop.
Okay, Mr. Terry, then Mr. Henry.
I'd just like to know a little bit more about the role of a parent liaison.
The parent liaison, each position did have a job description. What that parent liaison will be to make connectivity between the home and the school. Some of the parent liaisons will also, they will be tracked what their communication is with each parent. And it's going to serve as that connector, as that bridge between the home and the school. And we thought that that might be even more viable at this time because of what we're experiencing with COVID. But we do, Mr. Terry, we have a complete job description for each of these, and I'll be glad to share that with you after this as
I
well.
appreciate it. Thank you.
You might need to talk about requirements.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I just wanted to second the motion to move it to an action item.
I second it already.
We have a motion and a second. Move this to an action item. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
You said this would be just for this school year.
Yes.
I'm always a little leery when we add these positions, 5 Title I lead teachers and these 13 techs. Somewhere on that, when they sign big bold letters, the thing ends this school year. I don't want to get into no more dilemmas about, well, I didn't know, I thought I still had a job. I want full disclosure that it ends at the end of the school year.
I think it's what Superintendent DeFreeze said.
Smith,
Mr. Priest?
you don't have to worry about that. We've got that covered.
Okay,
Talk to
good.
We've got it covered.
They're contingent upon funding.
Wayne?
Dr. Manuel,
Make the motion.
You ready for me to make the motion?
I'm ready to second it.
Okay, I make the motion that we accept this budget for the $5 million proposed by Title I.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Thank you. Jennifer?
At this time, I'll yield to Dr. Carr. She'll share with you, we have to annually share the school improvement plans for board approval. We're at that point in our presentation with you at this time. Dr. Carr, who serves as our executive director.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry.
Can I say something that might expedite it?
Go ahead.
May I? Have you shared it? They're on the website,
Yes.
all schools.
Yes, and Cole is working and updating them because we did change the platform for our websites. So every school will have it back updated with their guest log.
But you gave them the guidelines that the state said we had to follow, and you gave what the district.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I've looked at them, and everybody can listen to a report, but they all kosher.
Motion.
Yes.
Could I make a motion if y'all, do y'all trust me?
It's on information. If, let me say, before Dr. Manuel does this was sent to us through an email, the school improvement plans. So they are there that they can be looked at. So Dr. Manuel, go ahead if there's.
I make a motion that we accept the school improvement plans.
Second. It's got to be moved first.
I'd like to move the proposal for the school improvement plans to an action item.
Well, I'm still gonna second.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now, make a
I
motion.
make a motion that we accept the changes and the updated school improvement plans for the
Second.
school.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, you did a good job.
So, I've actually been asked to speak about iCares also, so I'm going to, can you move it up to iCares slide for me? About a week ago, the public schools of Robinson County applied for the iCares grant. And the iCares grant is the Innovative Childcare Remote Extended Support Grant. It's a grant that would allow us to serve 6th through 8th grade students of essential workers that are struggling or low performing. And so what this allows us to do is to look at students that are not performing at grade level based on EOGs, at risk for dropout, and also students that don't have supervision due to their parents being essential workers. So all three categories is what this grant looks at. So what we did is we had to look at schools based on the criteria as far as which schools are low performing and which have the highest needs. And so 4 schools were chosen to be addressed in the grant: Fairmont Middle, Orem Middle, Lumberton Junior, and Townsend. Oops, can you go back? For the 6th to 8th grade. And in this, what we're looking at is 60 students for each school. So that would be a group A and group B. So if we go back to our, if we go to a B format for schooling, group A will come to school for 1 set of days, and then group B will go while the other ones are in remote. So back and forth, we will switch. Also, these students will be selected that have to be non-proficient in reading and math on the EOG, and they'll have to be essential students of essential workers that have no at-home supervision. So there'll be surveys sent home to determine which students qualify at these schools for this support. In this grant, what it allowed us to do is apply for $350,000. And with this, we will be able to get a lead teacher, 2 tutors per site, which would give us a 1-to-10 ratio, because we have to think about all the 3 W's and making sure we meet all the guidelines for safety for our students. And also 1 program director for that site. During this piece, what they will do is receive support with Canvas and schoolwork completion, because like we've heard, a lot of our students are struggling at home trying to get this work complete, either due to internet connectivity or nobody being at home with them. Also support with iReady, trying to provide hands-on activities such as STEM and CTE activities, so that they can feel that they're more involved with the curriculum. Additional tutoring and homework help. Now, this grant was applied for October 5th, and we will not know until December if we're approved for this grant. If we are, then this grant will start in January. Any questions about the iCares grant application or the process?
Would,
Go ahead, Mr. Randy.
would this grant only last till June 30th, or would it go to December of 2021?
Only through June 30th, based on the funding when we figured it up. Right now, it'd only give us 12 weeks of actual support to those students. So based on the funding and figuring out costs, it's about 12 weeks, because we have to also consider buses and all those other costs that come along with bringing additional students to the school.
Brenda, and then Mr. Gentry.
So you all are working with the principals of those schools concerning this iCare program?
We've reached out to them to let them know that we are applying to find out if there's space. Of course, with, like, for example, Ms. Faulkner's situation, we talked about using a different building, potentially RB Dean as their site. So we need rooms where they can be spread out from everybody else.
Right.
Orem and Fairmont both had spaces available, and Lumberton Junior, we were looking at using Carroll Middle because of space. So we've reached out to each of the schools to say, this is what we're trying to do to see if we can help support you with additional needs in your building.
Thank you.
Gentry.
What are STEM/CTE activities?
So with STEM, what we're talking is science, technology, engineering, and math activities. So when you think about robotics, what we thought about last year with Title IV, we had a lot of robotics training. And so what we'd like to do is try to bring some robotics and Legos and those types of things in so they can apply some of the curriculum straight to what they're doing. CTE, we're talking really what the Career Center does with all those other areas, because we want them to see what other opportunities there are and how this stuff that they're doing every day applies in real life, so that they can have an opportunity to feel the real life application to those items that they're trying to learn.
The program director, that's one for the 4 schools, just one person?
One person,
Okay.
all 4 schools together, yes.
Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to give a personal endorsement. This is one of the most practical suggestions that I've seen for instruction right here. And I commend you.
Thank you. We had a great team that worked together from different departments. So we had members from C&I and SIS and testing. So we brought a lot of different people together to help us write this grant.
Great job.
Okay, if that's that, let me ask the 9 weeks report card. Any information on that? It's on here. Is there going to be any information?
Well, we're just letting, it was just an update at this time to let everyone know that the end of the 9 weeks is October 16th, and we will be actually mailing report cards October the 26th. It's an update information.
Okay. All right, thank you. Curriculum instruction, Dr. Robert.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Interim Superintendent DeFreeze, and board members. We want to thank our principals, teachers, paraprofessionals, support, and district office staff for all their dedicated work over the first 9 weeks of school. Like we've already heard here tonight, it's been a challenge for all of us, but we have endured the storm, and we're going to do extraordinary things come second 9 weeks. Tonight, we have some wonderful presentations as it relates to instruction. We have from South Robinson and R.B. Dean Townsend, Dr. Sherry Park and Angela Faulkner is going to talk to us about teaching and learning in the pandemic and how they were able to reach their students. And you're going to be very pleased with this presentation. Next, we'll have Nikisha Locklear from South Robinson, who's going to talk about virtual learning tools and resources that she has done some outstanding professional development for our teachers here in the district, followed by Stephanie Burke and Lisa Dominic Cole is going to talk about the effectiveness of remote learning. And you're going to be very pleased to see those numbers and those percentages and how our students and our teachers have done a phenomenal job. And tonight we have Dr. Sherry Dow Herndon, who is substituting for Mr. Herman Locklear, who can't be with us tonight, is going to give you an update on our RCC, PSRC collaboration project. And those numbers are going to be impressive also. So at this time, I'll turn over to Dr. Sherry Park and Angela Faulkner.
Good evening, Board Chair Lowry, Mr. Freeze, and board members. Good evening. What we decided, and Ms. Dr. Parks and I, we talk basically every day, was teaching and learning in the pandemic. And I'm Angela Faulkner, and this is Dr. Sherry Park. We realized as of March the 16th, we basically went into a crisis mode when we found out that we could not return back to school simply because of COVID-19. And one of the things that we talked about and we would discuss was how we would reach our students. We share a common area, which is Highway 501, that lacks basically no internet capabilities. So when we were looking at our telework reports from our teachers, we found that a majority of the conversations that they would reach the students would be through telephone conversations. So how could we reach those students that did not have access to the internet, either financially or because of means out of their control, which is broadband capabilities? So we developed, first of all, and we'll begin to talk about a remote learning needs assessment form. And this started prior to the week they were coming back. We needed to know, we did a form, you have it in your packet. We wanted to know exactly what we were dealing with each home. And Ms. Dr. Parks will tell you the scenario. So as we were looking,
You know, remote learning has taken over almost worldwide, not just in Robinson County, not just in the state of North Carolina, almost worldwide. And instructional methods have been changing, but the circumstances of our students are not changing. Some of our students don't have internet access. Some of them can't afford to use the data. They have cell phones, but they can't afford to use the data that's on the cell phones. Some of them don't even have cell phones, or some of them can't afford internet access. You know, some of the rural areas, the more rural areas, internet access is expensive. And then in some areas, internet access is not even available. There are no, there's no fiber optic cables that run that way. There's no phone towers out that way. And so internet access is not even available. And some of them don't have anybody to drive them to those hotspots. You know, we have community partners who said they can come park in their parking lot and use their access. There's some churches and some businesses, but you have to keep in mind that these are children who don't drive, so they don't have anybody to drive them to those internet access spots. So what do we do? I mean, do we just copy a mountain of packets and hope that the children can teach themselves through those packets? Or do we just simply say these children are casualties of the pandemic and we're not going to worry about it? Well, neither option is acceptable. However, there is another option, and that's what we came up with, was the flash drives. Now, we did encounter a little issue with the flash drives. If you'll look in your packet, we created a document because some parents were not even used to a flash drive. They didn't even know what a flash drive was. So we had to create, if you look in your packet, there is a flash drive usage document that we created for the parents. It starts from step one, shows them how to insert it, shows them where the USB port is and how to get the information up. So we created that document for the parents, for the students. Now this looks different on the different campuses because we're a little bit different. Ms. Faulkner she's K-8. I'm 5'8". So it's a little bit different. So it looks a little bit different on each campus. So what we did on South Robinson's campus, just hold it one moment. What we did on South Robinson's campus was we decided that there would be a checklist. And again, there's a copy of that checklist in your documents there. We have a checklist for the teachers so that teachers know exactly what we're looking for on that flash drive. And we gave them a date. So in our weekly bulletin, we just put the date of the next set of data that's due. And then what we did was we had a shared drive. So it might be 7th grade. And on that all 7th grade teachers, they download their information onto that shared drive. And then we just download it into the flash drive. Again, we did that for every grade level. And so it was not really a difficult process. We just had that one shared drive per grade level. And then for us, the parents had to come out and pick it up because, you know, Ms. Faulkner, she'll kind of talk about what they did with the buses, but we couldn't do that with the buses that was delivering food because our buses don't service all of our children. So some of our children may be serviced by Fairmont buses because they're actually closer to Fairmont. And to prevent overlap, we didn't have buses going in that area. So we couldn't use the buses, so the parents had to come out and pick them up. But they come out once every 2 weeks. We call them, we do thrill share and send a message and let them know you can come out at this time, pick up the new set of information that's on the flash drive. And what you see here, we kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone here. We're looking for a 7th grade math teacher. So if you know a 7th grade math teacher, send them to South Robinson. So because we don't have a 7th grade math teacher, what we do is create PowerPoints, look at the standard course of study and do PowerPoints from the standard course of study. Miss Nikisha here, even though she's 6th grade, she's been doing the voiceover for us. And what you're about to see, if you'll go back for me, go back home. But what you're about to see, if you can just play a little clip of this, is an example of her teaching. And this actually goes on the PowerPoint. So if you can.
we did deliver lunch, we would report those flash drives to the students. Students knew from communication with the teachers that they can pick them up at the bus or the van. And they would also, if there were any hard copies of information, they would report that every Friday as well. That would be delivered back to the school. So basically, we knew if we could get a framework that it would look different depending on how you relate to your students and what the accessibility was to your student. Also, one thing that we did in trying to communicate with the parents, we reached out to Spectrum, and you have in the packet also, they were offering actually a package where we offered opportunity for parents. We knew that if they could not go online, that they didn't have access to faxes. So we said to them, the packet that they have, bring the packet back to school, and then we'll also know, we'll fax it in for you, and we'll continue the communications there. With the flash drive students, they call in every morning, we log them in, and then we'll have conversation to begin that day. The thing about the flash drive, which is awesome, you can go back, the students can go back, they can replay. If they have any questions, then the office hours are opened up, and then they're available as well. So that was one thing we realized, that we were gonna come to a point, we had the same vision, the same idea, but it would look different. However, we continue to tweak it and still talk about it. We started out, we knew, based on the assessment, we started out with 175 students. Then we could narrow it down to there was 80 households. And we would continue to keep moving, not just stopping there, but providing, they would come on campus, we allowed them to work, and then to outreach. So now that we have the Wi-Fi buses, we know strategically the area that we're trying to send the bus to ensure that those students are still able to communicate with the teacher.
With us, we had the building, Mr. Leach he allowed us to use his building over there. And so we had some teachers who, the parents would actually bring them, and we still use the flash drives. And the flash drives just helped us because everybody knew exactly what was expected. So they could see the assignment on the flash drive. So the teacher would have the flash drive and the student would have the flash drive, but they would just come together in that facility, and we would work with them, or the teachers will work with them. Again, we're hoping that the hot spots will solve our issues of the flash drives, but as Mr. Bobby pointed out in that meeting, there are some dead zones. And I don't care if you have a hotspot, if there is no cell tower there, that hotspot still is not going to do any good. So we still may have to rely on these flash drives. But at least for our students who don't have access to the internet, they still have access to a live teacher's voice, a teacher that they're familiar with their voice or familiar with their face. They have that access and they get the lessons. And of course, we tell them that you can call the school. If you're looking at this flash drive and you don't understand, you can always call a teacher, and whichever teacher is available will help you with that assignment. Any questions?
Mr. Brewer?
Does each flash drive have a student ID, or are they all common? Do they return that flash drive with their work on it?
Yes, sir. They return the flash drive. We have something different because we're HMH, so they already have the materials and they would have already. So they return that flash drive with any completed work. If we need, for example, they have a foldable, they report it to the feeding bus or the van. They have their own bag, their packet, they put it in, and then they get a new one. How we do that, if their student is missing on return back, they have to make contact with that student to see, are you having any problems? What is going on? Did you not understand anything? So there's constant communication by phone, but also it allows the students to feel connected. That if they have some challenges, then they can replay the flash drive. And then in that particular one, we had a teacher there. Sometimes they will record a lesson with other students, and we have the release so that that student can continue to be connected to the class.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And it's not that our students are in the classrooms, y'all, okay? But I've seen the program, I've seen you all operate with the program. I'm thankful to Mr. McCahan for also his building. And I'm thankful for how both of you all are working with the community, and the community is trying to work with you all. But most of all, it leaves no child left behind, this program that they're working with the flash drives. especially with the students being able to go back and listen to the program over and over again, and numerous parents loves it. And I have a granddaughter who struggles because they don't have a flash drive. They can go back to a point and review some things, but the rest of it's not there. But I believe if they had the flash drive, just like this program, they can go back and reiterate on everything that they see. It's an excellent program. And I've seen the staff working with the students.
Ms. Gentry?
And of course, obviously, flash drives are only effective if there's a computer for it to be inserted in. And as I understand, there is a new wave, for lack of a better term, of devices that are about to be distributed. Am I correct in that? From technology?
Yes, we had, what, 5,000, was that?
5,000, 5,500, something like that.
The odds positive came in the last couple of weeks, yes. Mhm.
We were fortunate in that we did have enough so that every student could get a device. We had just ordered, by us consolidating from Fairgrove, and we came in with so many different devices. We might have had some Chromebooks, and Fairgrove may have had Apple, so we wanted to be uniform, so we had just purchased a large quantity, so we were fortunate in that we had enough so that every one of our students could have one.
And with the remote learning assessment tool, the challenge for the teacher was to make contact with the parent to say, what are your needs? And then when we had device distribution day, we knew the exact number that needed. They got a computer. We wanted to make sure they were kindergarten. We were one-to-one, but they had a device in the house so that in the event while we were waiting to get enough computers, that they could also just plug that flash drive in. So the teachers made contact the week of the 17th and said, tell me exactly what you need. Do you need a flash drive? Do you have access? And that remote needs assessment form, I promise you, it helped us tremendously to know the needs of our students. We were not guessing, we knew exactly from conversating what they needed in the household.
Devontae?
I just got a comment. I'd just like to thank Ms. Faulkner and Dr. Parks for reaching the students, even though you had a lot of barriers and stuff to overcome. For our students and for the county to be successful, we're gonna have to have leaders like you two and your teachers, to come together with some new ideas, working together, some thinking to reach all kids. Like you said, no kids left behind. I just want to applaud both of y'all. Just thank you.
Good job.
And Ms. Parks taught me in high school too, so.
Trying to get a better grade.
I had the pleasure of working with her as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Park, Faulkner, thank you. Dr. Park, don't go change his grade. Okay, Ms. Nikisha? Ms. Nikisha Clark?
Good evening, my name is Nikisha Locklear. I'm a teacher, sixth grade teacher at South Robinson. And they talked about the student needs, so what I'm gonna go over are the teacher needs. So what the teachers actually need to present information to the student. So what I did at the beginning of the school year is I sent out a Google form to our teachers and I said, okay, we've started using Canvas, but as you are doing your lessons, what is it that you need help with? So I went back and looked at what everybody said, and then I've done 2 trainings at our school. The last one was last Friday. So what most of the teachers said is that they needed help with some kind of interactive whiteboard so that they could see what students were working out math problems. And they also needed a way to show videos and be able to tell that the students are actually watching the videos. So for example, if I go home and ask my first grader, what did you do today? Oh, we watched the video. Did you really watch the video, or you just tell me that you watched the video? So the teachers needed a way to see that the students were actually watching the videos that they were putting out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present as if I was in my classroom, how to use these 2 tools. So I have Mr. Drew Davis, who is the PSRC Social Studies. He's going to act as a student. Okay, Drew, can you hear me? Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do is I'm gonna pull up, a program. It's a free program. We are a Google Suite, district. So we have what's called Jamboard. But I'm also going to present another whiteboard, interactive whiteboard that teachers can use in their classroom. Okay, and what it is called whiteboard.fi. So teachers can go to this. They don't have to sign up. There's no charge. It's free. You don't have to have an account. So, I'm gonna use the keyboard. So teachers just go in, go to a new class, and they can just type their name. You can enable what's called a waiting room, so that you wait for the students to get in, that way they're not in there writing things. Or you can just go ahead and create your class, so I'm gonna do that. I thought I was on there. Okay, so there's several ways that teachers can get the students to actually get in. They'll have a code, or they can copy the URL. So what I use in my classes, I just simply copy this, and then I'm gonna go to my Meet. Here. Please just bear with me because I'm not used to this system. So you can go up to the chat and you can talk to your student. So I'm going to go in and I am going to copy. Paste. So now what Drew can do as a student, he can just click on this and it's going to take him straight into the program. Okay, so I have my two students. So when they click on that, they're gonna put their name in, and now I can see their whiteboard. So if I'm in a math class, say I'm the teacher, and I'm in a math class, and I'm gonna say, okay, class, answer this question. Okay, so the kids go in on their whiteboard, I can go back, and as they are answering the question, I can see in live time what they are doing. So Drew, can you write something so we can see? 3 plus 5.
Probably goofing off.
Yes, he's probably asleep. Already doing that.
I can't see it on my end. It hasn't popped
Okay,
up.
Cole has it. So Cole wrote his answer. I can see. Okay, Cole, great, you got the right answer. Or, I can go back and tell him, let's fix that. But the math teachers, what they told me is they need a way to see, especially if it's a multi-step problem, where the students are messing up at. Instead of the students just saying, oh, the answer is 8, or, the answer is 6. Well, I don't know how you got 6. So this is a tool that the teachers can use where they can see real time what the students are doing. Okay? So Drew, I'm going to end so I can go and show the Edpuzzle if that's okay. So thank you for being an amazing student. Answering my super difficult problem. Okay, so the other one is Edpuzzle. So I don't know if you remember maybe when you were in high school. I don't know how long everybody's been in high school. But, teachers will come in and they would show a video and they may pass out a piece of paper until you answer the question. Okay, so now we don't have the students, so we can't pass out the paper and have them answer the question. We can't actually sit there and make them watch the video. So what this program is I can go into Khan Academy, YouTube, anywhere that I can pull a video, or I can make a video myself, like the ones that I'm making for Dr. Park. And I can upload them into this program. And what I can do, just pull this one up for an example, is everywhere you see these dots, the video will stop and ask the students a question. And they have to answer that question before they can proceed. They can go back if they want to, but they cannot go forward until they answer that question. So as a teacher and as a parent, if I come in and say, okay, Lacoma, did you watch your video? Oh, yeah, I watched it, but then I go here and he hasn't proceeded past question 1, then I know he did not watch the video. Or when I go in, I notice that he went back 3 times in this section. Then I need to go and watch that and see why he went back. There's something happening in that section that he doesn't understand. So as a teacher in the class, I can come and address whatever's happening in that video. Okay, so this is kind of a way to show some videos and make the students actually watch it and stop and think about whatever it is and answer your questions. So for this one, I made some multiple choice questions and I also put open-ended questions in there. So these are just 2 tools that the teachers just asked that, you know, I would research and give them something that they could use in their classroom. Does anybody have any questions?
I got a comment, Chairman.
No questions.
Jennifer, we need to meet with your curriculum committee in regards to this program and what they said their needs are.
Ms. Brenda, I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said I told Ms. Jennifer we need to meet with her curriculum committee in regards to what the needs are, because, you know, in looking at the teachers teach from the classroom site and the principals being able to see them, and I do know with my granddaughter, well, she's Scotland, the teachers can see what the students are doing when they answer the questions and everything. So it could be the same thing here, I don't know. That's why I want to meet with Ms. Jennifer to see exactly where we are and where we need to go to, that's all.
Okay. Fonte?
I just got a quick comment. I just thank Mr. Nikisha Clark. That's another South Robinson alum. I just want to make that known.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not a lot there.
And I want to say
Sorry.
that Nikisha sent me an email one weekend and talked about the needs of the teachers. As a result of that, in our cabinet meeting, we wanted to know how many teachers were having difficulty with using the remote learning. So we divided up the number of principals and we called. And we found that the younger teachers have more success with technology than the seasoned
I believe that.
teachers. So we have the numbers and we are working on train the trainer.
Okay.
And this will certainly help ease the stress that Dwayne was talking about, because we are aware of the stress that teachers are having. They're doing a super job.
Yes.
One group, almost all K-8 schools have from 5 o'clock to 7, 4 days a week, to work with students and their parents. And the principals tell me that the parents are super happy with what is going on in the schools. And I want to just thank the teachers and Acacia for coming tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Locklear.
Thank you.
Good job.
Stephanie?
Good evening.
Evening.
In order to add to what Superintendent Mr. Freese was saying, we're going to show you the data. Lots of times we can say that teachers are working hard and students, but we're going to show you in the background of the learning management systems what that data actually looks like. We're going to start out with the K2 inside of Google Classroom. So if you will actually take a look at, this is a 14-day active classes showing this is live data right here inside of what we have on the admin side. You'll notice that during the summer, once school started, we did skyrocketed with creating those active courses and classes compared to back in April and May when we went on remote learning. So you'll look at our numbers here, actually in August when we started, we actually had, over 1,400 courses that were created for our K-2. As we move down, you can begin to see our posts that were created by our teachers. They actually created 14,818 posts, back in August. For the creation of, currently supporting the 9 weeks, so that's why that data may be higher there, because they may have already created everything to support.
Could you tell them what a post is?
A post is actually where they're going in and creating maybe an assignment or an announcement, something on the stream to support the student. And lastly, at the bottom for our Google Classroom, you know, it's not technically a learning management system like Canvas, so we don't have as much data to show. But those were the classes that were technically created back inside of August, the first day that teachers came back. 436 were actually created for our K-2. So we're going to transition over to our Canvas, which is our grades 3-12. So our learning management system usage report for this is as of September 30th. We pulled this data. They usually pull it monthly. But this is to support our teachers and show how much they are working hard, those and the students. So inside of our active courses, we have 95% of our modules being used actively. 95% modules, meaning module can be created as a standard, a unit, a theme inside of the course. We have files that are being 73% of those are being active inside of our courses. 93% of our pages are active. Our quizzes, 92% of our discussions are being active. That means that they're having discussion threads with their students, where students are talking back with each other. And of course, 95% of our assignments are active inside of our courses currently as of September the 30th. Now, this is a really good support data for our teachers. If you'll take a look, this is our year that we're looking back in August of last year. And you know, a lot of our teachers were utilizing Google Classroom. Our blue is our content. So you'll see how in August it actually skyrocketed in our blue. Our activities that we have are our green. And then you'll notice the pink is our active courses, how it shot up during the month of August to 98% inside of our activity report. Our users. Now let's talk about this for a second. You're going to be real pleased with our students. You'll notice this area is our green. I think our numbers called between grades 3-12 is a little over 16,000. You have 15,570 students who are active users inside of our Canvas courses. This actually shows the data representing the blue as the teachers, as well as our observers as the parents. Parents meaning that they can actually go in and have connection with those courses with the students. So we ask parents to please be involved and get that app as the parent and support our Canvas learning management system so that you can see things inside of there. Now this slide shows our student and our parent apps. Now you'll notice our students in the green, over 3,800 of them are using that app. Some of them, what that means is they've downloaded it on a device, such as their phone. And like for my daughter instance, she'd rather work off of that device because technically she can do a screenshot on that app. She can do a media recording and then send it straight to her teacher. Some teachers have even offered extra credit for the student to actually download the app, as well as the parent to download the parent app. So that's really good support on the teacher side, supporting our parents and our students as well. With our teacher app, we currently are looking at 311 that were active users during this time period in August. And they actually can do some grading inside of that app, which is a really good resource for them as well. That is our data for Canvas. Before I start the recording, what we technically did for this last piece is Cole, Lisa, and I actually did interviews with teachers, with students, and with parents. And we're gonna leave you with some positive notes from the teacher perspective, the parent perspective, and the student perspective. And you're gonna find most beneficial the student one who is a first grader, as well as the grandparent.
And we are using Google Classroom as our learning management system while we are remote learning. And some things that I've learned since March are to keep it simple. That way the kids know what to expect every single day. That way they are becoming more and more independent. And I've had a lot of positive feedback from the parents that it's a lot easier than having multiple assignments. So we simplified, and it has been very positive for the students and the families.
And once we came back in August, we began to use Canvas. So one of the big differences that I have found helpful when working with my students on Canvas is the use of the external tool. The remote learning piece, you can offer differentiation. You can offer that one-on-one with that student more than you can in the classroom. You know, with the remote piece, you can just tell that one student, hey, come back, log back in around 1:30, 2 o'clock, whatever time may be, and let's work on this some more. Miss Stephanie and Mr. Cole and Lisa will be very helpful. I know if I have a question, I don't have to email Steph. I can go ahead and call her. And, you know, most of the time she'll answer the phone. If not, she'll call me right back with any questions I may have. So their help during this process has really been very beneficial to me as a teacher. And the trainings they offered on Canvas, I think it was 3 for beginning, intermediate, and advanced. I took all 3 of them, and all 3 of those trainings have been very helpful. And I would highly recommend, even if, you know, I don't know if the trainings are still available or not, but any teachers that are still struggling, if they did not take those trainings, that would definitely be something that I will look at, because they go through all of the tools that you can use on Canvas.
And throughout the summer and throughout the beginning of the school year, all of us here at St. Paul's High School have transitioned over to Canvas. Our students can download the app to their phone. Parents can download the app to their phone. They can have constant 24/7 access to the work that they need to do. It's easier to give feedback directly to each individual student. The fact that administration can come in and they can see exactly what's going on individually with each student, where prior to this event, administration and observers came in and observed the entire class together. Now they can go in individually and see what each student is doing. I don't think Robeson County will ever be the same again. We are going to be more student driven than we have ever been before.
From the teacher's point of view, I took time out of my schedule to take part of all the different online courses that our technology team of instructors have provided for us. I attended about 4 courses, and they did an excellent job of making sure that we as teachers knew how to implement these different types of and parts of this program in our classrooms. So I was able to also take that information and use it at home with my daughter. And if there were things that I didn't understand by way of grades, I could quickly at a glance see assignments that were posted from the teachers. I could see when due dates occur and when things needed to be turned in. Being a teacher and a parent, it's very important to be able to see both of them at the same time. The Power School is there, the grade book that can be utilized within Canvas. And if you're using or accessing the SchoolNet assessments, those are there as well. It's just a click of a button.
I think that now compared to March, I've made myself as a teacher more aware of the platform. I think I have really good parents that are reaching out. You know, I've met with all my students. I've had 100% on Google Meets several times this year so far compared back to March. I was able to do some Google Meets with my parents. So I thought it was going to be a little confusing for them at first, but I think they've caught on and taught themselves along with my help and their parents' help. with learning the platform with the parents, with the students, my staff here at the school, my awesome leadership, Dr. Bullard. Couldn't ask for a better one. I think she has been great in relaying the messages from the central office. You know, what she gets, she gives it to us in a timely manner.
I have shy students who don't want to talk, but I gave them all dry erase boards. And so they are able to write down like answers to questions, and they hold them up, and I can see their answers and I can give feedback and praise. I have great parent involvement, and it's also transitioning us from using worksheets all the time to now my teammates and I have talked about when the students come back, Google Classroom is still something that we want to use.
When you meet with your teachers every day, are you able to see them on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
You are. And when you have questions, what kind of gestures do you do?
Raise my hand. I have to unmute my mic.
Perfect. And is that easy for you to do?
Mm-hmm.
When you do work, whether you do homework or classwork, do you get to show your work on the screen so Miss Clay can see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What was today's book, or what have you been reading this week?
The boy climbing up the tree. He's eating apples, and he's swinging from the branches, and he's eating apples.
He is. Noah, you were doing music?
Yes, ma'am.
You are. What's your favorite song that you've done so far?
Itsy Bitsy Spider.
Oh, can you sing it a little bit for us?
Itsy Bitsy Spider, climb up the spider spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out.
Have you done anything in math?
Uh-huh. Did my eye ready.
You did?
In my eye Excel.
Can you tell me what 5 + 5 is?
10.
Woo! That was fast. Well, Malachi, thank you so much for all that great time I had with you. It was great meeting you.
Great meeting you too.
Aww.
When this come out about the virtual learning, I was just lost and didn't know what to do and didn't know how to go about getting it done, because my main concern was him getting his education. And so whenever we finally got the Chromebook, I couldn't do anything. So I contacted the principal at Rex Renata Elementary School, Miss Nikki Brooks, and I explained to her, or I didn't know how to do what needed to be done, because I'm not technology savvy. For the first 2 weeks of school, I was calling or otherwise texting Miss Nikki Brooks or his teacher, Miss Jenna. And if they could not talk to me at that time within a 10-minute period, they were contacting me back. And even after school hours, they always made the time to help me get started or to learn about this virtual learning, because I was feeling like I was a failure for my grandchild because I could not do what needed to be done. They have always made the time to get back in touch with me to see what they could do to help me to get through this process of the virtual learning. Had it not been for those ladies and staff at that school, I would not be able to do what I'm doing now, as far as him being able to get on the Chromebook and do his schoolwork. They was a big help to me, and that's something that nobody will ever be able to understand, the appreciation that I have for them making that extra effort to help me with my grandson. I had to swallow my shame and my pride to help my grandchild. And sometimes that's a hard thing to do, is to cover up your shame. But I said if I'd done that, I wasn't benefiting him. So I done what I had to do to make sure that he stays on top of all his classes. There's a lot of parents out there and grandparents. Don't criticize the teachers. See what you can do at home to help your own child get better at it. If you have the time, go on that Chromebook and look at how these teachers are trying to teach before you be judgmental. They're doing the best that they can. I'm just a determined grandparent to try to do the best for him. So, but I'm getting better at it with this virtual learning. I'm getting better at it. So, you know, I just appreciate them, and they're never going to understand how much.
Mr. Chairman, I'm excited. I'm very excited over our staff that's appeared tonight. I'm even more excited, and I have noticed on Facebook of the different staff reaching out to staff who did not know how to use the Canvas properly. And some of the same ones I see on here tonight, it makes me excited because I've seen them reach out to us. I'm just excited now. I'm ready to educate people. I'm excited.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Stephanie.
Good job, good job.
Dr. Herndon, as you come, Mr. Terry.
I'd like to make one quick comment. I appreciate you sharing that data. That data is vital. I'm not sure if everyone has really thought about it or given the appreciation of it, but during this, while we're online, we're constantly collecting data. And during this time, we can learn more about our students than we've ever learned about them,
right?
You know, through the entire history of the school system. So this data is going to be vital now and moving forward. So we can do a lot of analysis on our student population. It's going to be vital. So I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Chairman Lowry.
Good evening.
Superintendent, Mr. Freese, board members, and cabinet members. The last two presentations have been awesome.
Yes.
It has truly been a challenging time during remote learning. And as you can see, we have all had to adapt to remote learning. Schools, the teachers are doing an excellent job. We have the office hours in the afternoons, but I will tell you, if you talk with any teacher in the public schools of Robeson County, he or she is going to tell you that they are constantly communicating with parents, even before those office hours and then after the office hours. So I thank you for all you are doing with the public schools of Robeson County as we adjust to remote learning. And as an extension, with the collaboration piece, Robeson Community College and the public schools of Robeson County have created a partnership. So the partnership was developed in an effort to help the parents, the grandparents, and the caretakers become more familiar with Canvas as well as Google Classroom. And the modules that have been posted on the district website, there's a public course that has assisted parents and the students to navigate through Google Classroom, through Canvas, and some of the other tools. So the train the trainer model was used with RCC and the public schools of Robeson County. 2 teachers from each selected school attended a training at RCC. The school trainers conducted training sessions at their schools for any parent or students could come out or any other stakeholder that was working with the children who may have questions about the remote learning process or any technology issues they had at the school. So again, that training was for Google Classroom and Canvas. And then this just shows students have to have their username, they have to have a password, they have to upload assignments in Google Classroom and Canvas, and even when they are participating in their Google Meets, they must know how to navigate with the tools and learn how to mute themselves and unmute when they want to communicate with their friends or the teacher. So navigate what? This is a graphic that shows the communication tools that the students encounter with remote learning. They must check their Gmail account so they can see what is being sent to them from the teacher. Also, they are able to get in Power School. Children in grades 3 through 12 can actually look at their grades in Power School. And Ms. Freeman did give an update with the report cards. Our K2 teachers will be using Power School for report cards as well. There's also the Letterland information, the phonics program for K2 in the district, the iReady software usage for the students for the reading, as well as math diagnostic and instruction. So again, these are just tools that students will use, and they have to be able to navigate through these, and then also including Canvas. So the public schools of Robeson County and RCC collected the data from the trainings that have been held at the schools. There have been 26 schools that have been trained, and 49 master trainers have been produced from this collaboration with RCC and PSRC. So 24 schools at this time have hosted content delivery while serving 261 parents. And then the next slide is just a graph that shows in, Mr. Cole, does it show the schools at the bottom? I can't see it on this side. I can see the numbers, but not the schools. Okay. So the numbers have been created for the 24 schools, or it shows the numbers of the people who attended. So we did have one school that it looks like there were only 3 parents. And then I think it was Roland Norman that had the highest attendance. But again, we want to make sure, I think we're going a second round of training, but we just want to make sure that we are using Remind, Thrill Share, and our Facebook pages, and any other communication tools to make sure we're getting the word out to our parents, and they have the opportunity to come to the school to learn more about Google Classroom and Canvas. And even though, even though we have a small number at this school, if you could actually see or be at one of the schools for the training and just see the response from the parents or the caregivers or those grandparents, and just see that it's making a difference. Now, from this training, they know how to navigate through Google Classroom, or they know how to get into Canvas and help their child present an assignment. And then the last 2 slides are just visuals, so you can actually see what the presentation or what the setup looks like. And again, they are required to wear face masks when they come into the school. They must social distance. And then that last slide is just 2 additional visuals for the training, of the training that has taken place. Are there any questions about the partnership?
Tanner?
This training, is this held at RCC or is this held within a particular school?
It's held at the school. And from the trainings that have been held, RCC does send a representative at the school on the night of the training.
The trainers were actually trained at Robeson Community College.
Anyone else? Thank you, Dr. Harrington.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Robert, psychologist contract.
And just a comment before I move forward, Mr. Chairman, is I see a lot of great things going on, and we just appreciate all your support. I just want to thank all of our presenters tonight. Good job. Thank you. Chairman Lowry, Superintendent DeFreeze, board members, we want to just thank all of our service providers for what they've done over the last few weeks, getting us back on track as we provide services for our exceptional children. We are in need of school psychologists. We have advertised for some additional positions. We have found 2 employees that will be able to work part-time on the contract services. I have met with our board attorney. He has approved the contract as written, and we have been in negotiation with the 2 employees to work out a schedule, because we currently have about 180 evaluations we have to complete by the end of this calendar year. And currently we have 2 school psychologists. Well, currently we have 3, and after this week, down to 2. So we are in desperate need of support in that area. So, I request the board set aside policy and move this to an action item for approval.
Mr. Chairman?
Motion.
And Miss Erica, the money is there, correct?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor of moving it, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Have a motion to approve the contract?
Psychologist that we need, and Mr. Robert mentioned to us tonight.
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Emergency alternate facility use agreement, Ms. Floyd?
Mr. Chair, may I address Ms. Floyd?
Yes.
Isn't this the same agreement we've been using for ages?
Yes, ma'am.
Just
May I-
schools, that's,
Sir?
just changed schools, went from Lumberton Junior to Tanglewood.
Okay. I would like to set aside policy and move this to an action item.
Second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, I have a motion to approve this.
I make a motion that we approve the emergency alternate facility use agreement with Southeastern.
Second.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd.
Good job, Ms. Floyd.
Good job. Good job.
Reaching out to us.
Entry Policy Committee.
Not for you, honey.
Mr. Craig, Mr. Chairman, had shared with me after last Thursday night's policy committee meeting that we have tackled or are tackling a beast. Found that out firsthand with our policies, our existing policies, the ones that have been sent down to us through the Carolina School Board Association. And a lot of work has been done already by our policy committee. A lot of work is yet to be done to revise the policies that are required to be revisited and possibly revised. And you have before you the policies primarily in the 4,000 series. There are some possibly outside of the 4,000 series policies. And the proposed changes or revisions are in red next to the existing policy or the policy titles. And so at this time, I would like to present this to the pleasure of the board to act on these policies with the goal, as it says at the heading, to possibly approve these tonight so that we can move forward.
We set aside policy, Mr. Chairman, that we approve these.
I have one question.
One question. Dr. Manuel?
One question. Is it clear to our staff who the Title IX coordinator for the county is? That's always been a fuzzy question. Do we have a Title IX person at our central office? That's my only question, and it's not in policy. You know, Title IX runs all the way through our policy. I'm just saying this is a question for our district. It's always been a fuzzy question. If I'm at the school and I have gone through the policy and I've gone through the steps and I need to contact my Title IX person, who is it here at the central office? That's my question.
I will address this part, and you might have seen it, and if you looked at the virtual stuff last week on our state law conference, I will just add, it made it emphatic that the school system has a Title IX coordinator now with the new Title IX policies.
Yes.
So if we don't have somebody designated, it's definitely something we need to look at.
I think that name needs to be public, so the public or our employees would know this is who I contact, because it's been fuzzy for quite some time as to whom they would contact.
Mr. Dale Hawk,
How would they know that?
we asked that her name be put down like they did discuss in the conference last week with us from North Carolina School Board Association, saying what we need. So we do ask that Mr. Dale Hawk name be where the public will know, staff,
Yeah, just add her name.
as a contact.
Okay, we could add Ms. Hawks' name unless it needs to be changed. Do we need that in the motion or just, we're good just to add it?
Well, she's already.
She already, okay.
Already.
be listed as Mr. Dale Hawks. Okay, and that would take care of that for right now. Okay,
So the public, our employees, everybody would.
yes, we'll get that out from the board
Okay,
before they do that.
that's all I have to say.
Okay, Mr. Derry?
I just want to say that, that Title IX is vital. And if that's going to be the individual, that's named, then we need to make sure that she's got all the training.
That's right.
All the knowledge and all the skills necessary needed for that role. And I just had a quick question about the policies. Are all of these, essentially policies that were created by the School Board Association that were just adopted, so we're not, okay.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Gentry, I heard a motion. We have a second?
Yeah.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we need a motion.
Of approval of the said policy, Mr.
Motion to accept it.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
So the amendments will be approved tonight.
Yes, sir.
The new policies will come back to the next board meeting for a second reading.
Right.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So this was first reading, I got
This is first for those.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Freese, superintendent updates.
Okay. We sent a survey recently to pre-K through 5 parents to gather input on reentry. Results are 65% of parents are hesitant to send their children back to school, while Robeson County is still impacted by COVID-19. 50% want to continue virtual learning, and 50% want face-to-face and online, and that's the hybrid model. We had 3,804 responses to the survey. Additionally, we have received 5,509 hotspots from the governor's office, and we've started the distribution process. We have 39 buses with the Wi-Fi, and the buses have been located throughout the county. The churches, towns, businesses, and other community partners have been providing our students with a safe place to connect to Wi-Fi. Plexiglass. The plexiglass is being installed by Robeson Glass and our maintenance department. Installation should be completed by October the 15th. Custodial training. Ms. Karen Floyd, Dr. Anthony Parker, and Mr. Mercer, and the Clorox 360 company have been instrumental in providing training for our principals and custodians. The training included procedures and processes for cleaning our facilities. Fogging machines are being ordered. Touchless hand sanitizer dispensers have been delivered and will be distributed to our facilities. We have 2 Clorox 360 machines, and we are waiting on the delivery of 5 additional 360 machines. We have ordered 713 swivels to be used for remote learning. The swivels will allow students to see the teacher in any location throughout the classroom. It's like wearing a camera. Our surplus sale was conducted on September the 30th. There were 403 lots sold, and the public schools of Robeson County received a check for $44,432.25 from Meekins Auction. Teacher of the Year, Principal of the Year, Beginning Teacher of the Year retirees for 2020. We're in the planning stages of a celebration, a drive-by to honor those groups. In the past, we have had banquets for Principal of the Year, Teacher of the Year, and our retirees. And at this time, we would like to have gift cards and give these people gift cards for their service and in recognition of the Principal of the Year and Teacher of the Year. We have 102 retirees, 37 principals, 37 Teachers of the Year, 1 beginning Teacher of the Year. And I'm not sure how we're going to do this, but I'm hoping that we can take it out of local. We can't use any of the Title I or Title II monies for that. I've already checked it out. Talked with Erica, and the place that we can get it is from local. I don't know if you have to vote on it or you just say, of course, do that.
Mr. Freeze, would that be in lieu of the plaque?
I think the plaques have been ordered already.
So they would get
the retirees. I'm not sure about the Principal of the Year and Teacher of the Year, but that would be in lieu of that dinner.
Oh.
See, we did, for the Teachers of the Year, we did the Teacher of the Year and the spouse, or, so that's 2. And we want to do the same thing with the gift cards, dinner for 2.
Mrs. Superintendent Freeze, do we have a cost that we're looking at, Ms. Erica?
It will probably be less than what we paid for the banquets.
So, Mr. Gray.
Erica, do you have any idea?
Well, them on the gift card, or do you have idea how much you want to give one?
We're looking at $40 for the 2.
Ms. Brenda?
Mr. Grady, can we use that $44,000 that we just got for it?
We use whatever's in your local budget.
Looking at,
It's available.
That's where that goes.
and we're looking at 70, we're looking at probably $6,920 of 173 people. Sound about right?
I'm for that.
Yes, it does. And what we had discussed is there's some staff development that has been historically written into the local budget that we are probably not going to get to use this year because of the pandemic that could be used to
Thank you.
take care of those gift cards. And I would submit it as a budget amendment if it's approved at the next meeting.
Probably need to vote on that, I would think. When you're ready. Probably need to vote on that.
Yeah,
We do.
we need to vote on it.
Move it to an action item.
An amendment?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're looking at probably about
Hey, Mr. Priest, let me have you go back. I know we're doing this for the retirees from last year,
Yes.
okay? You're looking at for the principals of the year, Principal of the Year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which would be, this year would be 1 person you're talking about?
Yes.
The Teachers of the Year, you're recognizing each one from each school,
Yes.
plus the one that won it. So that's who you're looking at for the drive-through and for the gift cards,
Yes.
I
okay?
want to give them a number, like we have 102, 32, 30,
I had 102, 37, 37, and 1. Is that right?
37, okay.
Get a total of how many?
Our policy, Ms.
Always have, it's 2 of them, counted as 2. And then the retirees, when we have the banquet,
Yeah.
they have 2. And then you've got 37 principals.
Yeah,
Now,
that's
they don't bring anybody, so we just counted them.
So we're looking at probably about $7,000. That's what it's looking at.
That's the
Rounded off.
estimate that I.
Estimate, yes, okay.
Based on the numbers. And we spend approximately anywhere between 10 and 12,000 on banquets combination.
All right, Bo?
Mr. Chairman, I move we set aside policy and approve this.
Well, time's out.
You can still discuss.
Well, I'm trying to, but Okay, so we're looking at spending how much?
$7,000.
Which is $40 is that,
Gift card, yes.
okay, gift card. Do we have any extra money?
That's a big loaded question.
No, what I'm saying,
Have funding that we can prioritize for the board.
well, what I'm saying is I'm not trying to be, what about $50? Or is
That would be nice.
that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
If you're looking to keep it at within the range of what we normally spend for the banquet.
That's what I'm saying.
$50, yes.
If we can afford it, and if that's what we've averaged through the year, I would like to get as close to the $10,000 to $12,000 if we can do that, as if we can. That's
Looking at roughly $8,700.
what now.
$8,700 roughly, $8,650.
Still below.
$8,600. So what about $60?
Mr. Chairman, I moved,
Here, 70.
I made the motion that we approve $50. Set aside policy,
$60.
50.
Well, let's move it to an action item.
I said move.
This was just
Our policy.
information. Make a motion to move it to an
I
action.
said set aside policy.
She did.
Okay, and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now can we have a motion for the $50?
I move we approve the $50 for what Superintendent DeFreeze mentioned.
Second.
Our staff.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And finally, I want to say thank you to our principals. This is National Principals Month. And we are grateful for what they're doing for our boys and girls. Thank you very much.
Mr. Henry?
Mr. Chairman, had some concerns voiced to me about the plexiglass. And, looking at guidelines, I don't think there's, any guidelines on what size plexiglass we put up for the COVID-19 precaution. But I do know that we have some schools that are real open, and just using one for an example would be Carroll Middle. And we probably, looking at it, we probably need to go and put two pieces of plexiglass side by side. Because that is a large area opening, and when you look at 24 inches wide, 24 inches tall, and you got a full open desk, it doesn't cover much area. It doesn't look like a lot of protection.
She noted it.
Maybe we can look at some of those, and I just used that one school. There's other schools too that, but there are some that's real confined in smaller areas that 24 by 24 is probably sufficient.
And there are some schools I checked that do not have nothing yet, so can we work on that? There are some schools, I called around us, the schools on yesterday. There are some schools that do not have none.
They don't have,
Some plexiglass yet.
no, they're in the process.
I'm just,
October the 15th.
The 15th.
that's still 2 days.
Our staff are working hard on it. Our maintenance department are working hard in that area to make certain that they meet that quota.
And that can be checked on as far as if we have schools.
I love the teamwork that I see all our staff doing, from the principal, from the central office. I love the teamwork that I see.
Okay. All right, action items. First action item, and since it's a consultant, that's the reason this is out front here now. You had in your packet, and I think through an email, a contract for Dr. Anthony Parker as a consultant. And at this time, if there's discussion, that's fine. If not, I would take a motion to accept the contract for Dr. Parker unless there is some discussion.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Financial report, Ms. Erica.
Evening again. I did want to mention just a few things. There is a $350 teacher bonus that will also be paid at the end of October that was approved by the General Assembly. I wanted to make sure it's for teachers and all other instructional support, like your social work, guidance counselors, media, anyone paid from those particular pay scales. I have been asked about a $600 bonus that there was some discussion of over the summer
Right.
that would go out to classified and teachers as well. That did not pass. So there is not a $600 bonus that's going out. I wanted to give some clarity to that. It was recommended
Thank you.
that the governor approved that as part of his COVID funding, and there was some back and forth there where he said that those funds did not allow for a bonus. So at this time, there is not another bonus that will be coming other than the $350. Principals will also receive a bonus the end of this month. If they received it last year and are still a principal, they will receive the same amount they received for last year. And I can give out some information on that if you'd like to see that. I believe we had 21, memory serves me correct, of our principals that received anywhere between $1,000 and $15,000. I remember we had 4 receive $15,000, 1 that received 5, and then the other combinations were 1,000.
Excuse me, Mr. Is that based on test scores from the prior year?
From the prior year, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I was also asked at the last meeting to provide kind of a position summary, and I did include that in your packet, and if that is what you want to see. If it's not what you want to see, just let me know, but it just breaks down all the positions in the district by object code and in the columns also by funding, as a snapshot of how it looked as of October the 8th. So that's active assignments at that time. Okay, it's a sheet that is landscaped like this, and it starts with the superintendent and ends with the secretary manager based on those object codes. So I will continue to provide that as a monthly update as part of the monthly financial report. And I also put on everyone's desk the current standings as of today of the COVID funding. And I do that, wait till the board meeting to provide that so we can have the most accurate data. So that is, as of today, where we stand with all the state and federal COVID. I did want to make a point to point out that our CARES Act, the federal 163 CARES Act, has gotten an extension. So those funds will be available through September 30th of 2022. So that is another year that we have to spend those funds.
Right, right.
I also wanted to mention that we have on that COVID-19 sheet, you'll see PRC 128 home and community Wi-Fi. We had planned on using those funds to purchase hotspots. And as Mr. Freese gave us the update through the governor's initiative, we've been fortunate enough to get over 5,000 hotspots that include subscriptions costs. So we're going to go back with we have weekly technology meetings and regroup and see if there's another use for those funds at this time, since we don't have that need pressing right now for hotspots, and we'll update that on a monthly basis.
Dr. Manuel.
Miss Erica,
Yes, ma'am.
in your meetings, have you all been cautioned or anything about the CARES money? I know they've told you how long you can spend it, and you've got the 2022 or whatever. But in hearing some of the recent address about the stimulus monies and the proposed stimulus packages they're bringing together, it's been clear that it's been said twice, to my knowledge, this past week, where they're looking at unspent CARES monies. Now, has anyone warned us that, hey, we may jerk some of the monies that's not spent to go into stimulus packages? Have they said anything to you guys about that? That they could actually take some of that money that hasn't been spent? Not necessarily just citizens, but CARES in general.
No, ma'am, we haven't heard that. We've actually heard in some of the regional finance meetings we've had that they've been kind of asked to space the money out and hold some of it back because of uncertainties related to maybe there's going to be a loss of state and or local monies as we move forward as the year progresses, and that you may need to stretch those COVID funds in some of those areas if they're deficient. But we have not heard. We have weekly meetings with Alexis Schaus, who's the chief CFO for DPI, and I haven't heard anyone mention that they were looking at reverting any of the funds, because all the funds have been allocated. So how they tell it to us, when the federal government looks at it, they've been allocated. There's not any that are in a holding pattern. That's why the governor was working so hard to get the gear funds out that are forthcoming. Because once they are allocated, I haven't known in the 20 years I've been here that they've been taken back. Now, I'm not gonna say what can and cannot happen, but we haven't heard that in any meetings that I've been in.
Okay.
And Mr. Yench, go ahead.
I asked this question at the last meeting, and I still have not 100% clear. As far as the public schools of Robeson County being obligated to share CARES money with private schools, is that pretty much by request from the private schools, or are we mandated to share?
Mandated. That's a federal mandate. It's always been a part of the Title I application, and so far in the 20 years that I've been here at the district, there have been no private schools that have accepted the offer for a number of reasons. Most of the time, they didn't want to get involved with changing their religious curriculum, and there's some wording in Title I that would require them to do that. But the CARES Act doesn't have that same language. The CARES Act allows the private schools the same uses we're using it for technology, for PPE, cleaning supplies. So I think we had 6 originally that said, yes, we want to participate. There's been a lot of back and forth between Dr. Betty DeVos and the federal government and how we calculate how much funding they'd be eligible for. And I think we've just gotten the final ruling on that, so we're working one-on-one with those. So far, 3 have passed that test of getting us the data we need to ensure that the children will be eligible for those funds. But that is a federal mandate.
Is there any idea right now what percentage or what portion of those funds will be
So at a
encumbered?
max, before we had issues with eligible funding, we set aside, I think, $187,000 of the CARES Act. That would be the max we would give out to private schools. And so far, it's about half that we would have to allocate at this point.
Move approval of financial report.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ms. Erica, the operating budget?
Move approval of the operating budget.
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Erica, budget amendments?
Those budget amendments are for just cleanup for the prior year because we had 2 months within this year where we had to collect accounts receivable and accounts payables that should have been recorded in the prior year.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, Ms. Erica.
Thank you very much. And so as we move forward, now that the budget's been approved, we'll get all those numbers keyed in. So when you get your monthly financial report from me, it will have those beginning numbers and you can see where the balances are on all those.
Thank you.
And I'll submit the budget resolution at the next meeting that breaks it down by purpose function, which is how our auditors, what the auditors use every year to audit us on the purpose function of the entire budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawson.
Sir, I move that the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robeson County go into closed session for the purpose of certified and classified personnel. Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and 6 to discuss a settlement in the manner of SC by and through her parents, TO and RC, and the parents' educational agent, AH, versus the Public Schools of Robeson County, 20 EDC 578, N.C, or North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11A1 and 3, and to consult with the attorney retained by the board in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between attorney and the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robeson County, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and 3.
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Need everybody's closed session minute right down here.
Yeah, I mean, it,
I've been charging in my office right past over
do that
here.
for me.
That took me by mistake.
Thank you.
Take you my
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion to approve personnel as amended.
Second. So move, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Okay,
For closed session minutes, Mr. Chairman.
we're getting there, I hope. Motion to approve closed session minutes. Second. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, have a motion to approve a resolution for intern superintendent Forrestine DeFreeze.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Motion to approve, term Superintendent DeFreeze's, contract.
I move.
So moved. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Public comments that were sent in will be posted on the website as of tomorrow. And, let me say this before we adjourn. Folks that's out there, please wear your mask. I'm gonna say it again, please wear your mask. I won't go through the three. And thank you to the principals and teachers. We had a lot of people here tonight, and we thank you for what you're doing each and every day. We know it's not easy, but thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, sir.
Favor?